테스트. 네, 완전 뽑아서 할게요. 네, 뭐, 네, 소리가 여기서 네, 아니요. 라라라라라라. 더워.
The next session will begin in 2 minutes, 1 o'clock.
Okay, we are going to have the afternoon session in a minute. So in case you are still staying outside, please come join us. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Youngwon, professor at Simon Fraser University, most beautiful city, Vancouver in Canada. I hope that you enjoyed the wonderful lunch better than yesterday. Okay. Our session is global perspectives on Hallyu, known as the Korean wave. Each team has its own liberty to organize the presentation and discussion. We have the 4 panelists, so each presenter has 12 minutes After the end of the all presentations, we have the end of the discussions by the two scholars. So presentation first, followed by discussion. But we have the end of the one more special session by the Professor Hong Seok-kyung in the Department of Communication at SNU. As the team leader, the presenter Hong is going to talk about the introduction, the serialization of the Korean wave for 5 minutes, followed by a presentation. So let me introduce Professor Hong.
Thank you very much. Actually, hello, I am Seok-kyung Hong, actually director for the Center for Hallyu Studies. I will be very brief, and because we have the 4 presentation. So my speech today is rather influenced by what we have listened yesterday too. So it's a more less introduction of our team's research, but the relations between Hallyu and new Korean studies and the things that I had in my mind yesterday. The Center for Hallyu Studies opened at the SNU Asia Center in March 2022. The center studies the context and the meaning of the Hallyu phenomenon, that is the successful acceptance and reception of Korean popular culture in the world, as well as the production of Korean popular culture that caused it. We participate in the contemporary Korean studies movement with this team Hallyu. It became possible as a result of the domestic and international research network formed during the 3-year research activities of the Center for Hallyu Studies, of course. So the team Hallyu is composed of 13 researchers. You can be informed about the center's activities on the website that you can find on Asian Center website as well. Our theoretical framework and the title of the book, which is currently being prepared, is Global Perspectives on Hallyu. It consists of 3 parts and 12 chapters, historicizing Hallyu and theorizing Hallyu and decolonizing Hallyu. That I do not get into details for secure time for discussion today. So briefly, the relationship between Hallyu phenomenon and new Korean studies. Why Hallyu? What's the place of Hallyu in this new movement? As you can see from yesterday's presentations of the four teams and 4 sessions, Hallyu is relatable in many ways with the renewal of Korean studies. Koreans, as citizens of a rapidly developing country after Korean War and during 70s, 80s, and 90s, didn't have money for pleasure activity, for leisure activities, so they consumed media. Educated, they were very curious, exigent, and reactive. They have been engaged in media, forcing the media workers to be inventive and creative to propose them stories meaningful for society. Through this process, now we have a master plot to analyze and the narratives of contemporary survivalism to delve into in this divergently converging capitalism, still with the neo-familism. Amazingly, this is terrible. In many sense of the term, our contents, the Korean contents are very terrible. These terrible stories have become a great inspiration to the people around the world. For these reasons and many others, I think Hallyu is a good excuse or an alibi, kind of justification, 명분, for the new Korean studies movement, of course. And it could also be a remedy for some problems of Korean society, I think. For example, Hallyu could be a positive power to procure new qualified citizens for Korea society. suffering a tragically low birth rate too. And through this, in this process, I think it can change the history of Korea, of course, and influence the region and the world as well. Definitively, Hallyu has influenced the knowledge needs on Korea. A more comprehensive understanding of contemporary Korean society beyond the developmentalism, and a Korean history connected to world history, and knowledge of the formation, development, and system of Korean popular culture that made possible Hallyu, and the needs for critical escape from the norms of Anglo-American or Euro-American-centric knowledge production and evaluation too. Above all, Hallyu made the changes in the understanding of the Korea's status in the world through a continuous reflection on the me and the other, the same and the different, et lui-même et l'autre in French. It makes us critically and continuously reflect on the meaning of Korea in the world. This world is, as Director Bong Joon-ho said, a global world where Hallyu is local. So Team Hallyu shares these research questions, and we are preparing for publication that mentioned above. Today's 4 papers, we will present 4 papers. They address the institutionalization of the Hallyu phenomenon and its history in the regional context, and a post-colonial analysis on K-beauty as well. Okay, thank you, and it's for you.
Okay, thanks, Professor.
Thank you.
The first presenter is Professor Youngwon. He's professor in Korean Studies at the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Professor Jo research interests include media, cultural studies, global sports, and nationalism. So it's yours.
Thank you for a wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the meal, both online and offline. I'm very happy to be part of this meaningful initiative. I'm also very glad to be part of the team, the Global Hallyu. So my presentation today is not about Hallyu itself, but it's about the Hallyu studies. So there is no picture or BOD, but it's full of the text story. So to be specific, I'm trying to advocate Hallyu studies as a tool for decolonial knowledge production in the global hierarchy. So for that purpose, I suggest a kind of history approach. That is to say, to locate Hallyu studies within the broader context of East Asia's modernization and its regional pop culture. However, my approach does not embrace so-called Asian value or Confucianism as a kind of core background of Asia. I'm kind of against it, nor I'm trying to against for fetishizing the region here, East Asia, nor fetishizing the local case, South Korea. Rather, I would like to suggest that Hallyu studies must consider its social material conditions as well as its historical background very seriously. Here, social and material conditions include economy, politics, as well as, of course, media technologies. And background, historical background refers to national and regional history and geopolitics and kind of the regional rivalry among neighboring countries. So to connect Hallyu with East Asia, I would like to pay attention to 2 dimensions. The first is that Hallyu, as one layer of East Asian pop culture, could be made possible along with the modernization of East Asia. Here, modernization includes industrialization, capital market, urbanization, increase of the middle class and their ways of the consumerism and patterns of consuming something, and all of which contribute burgeoning of media industry in the region and very active circulation of mass media popular culture, which can be referred to East Asian pop culture since 1980s. The second is that Hallyu studies both Hallyu reflects and constructs the emerging structure of feeling in East Asia, which can be called East Asian sensibilities. To repeat, Hallyu doesn't do it alone. Instead, Hallyu does it along with other regional flow, such as Cantonese pop culture, Japanese, and Hong Kong pop culture too. So, as a regional reciprocal, as well as its latest trend, Hallyu is engaged with connecting diverse people, society in the region. So, given such a close connection of Hallyu with East Asia, I think that Hallyu itself is an example of decolonial cultural practice. It is not because Hallyu is kind of best pop culture or Hallyu really dominates the world, but because Hallyu could disrupt the centrism or dominance of US pop culture or Hollywood in the era of global pop culture. In this sense, I think Hallyu studies is also able to challenge the global hierarchy of knowledge production, in which the Euro-American centrism still prevails both in an institutional and a theoretical level. For institutional levels, the scholars in Euro-American university often occupy the hegemony position, and for a theoretical level, studies on Euro-American contexts are usually treated as theoretical ones, while studies on non-West is relegated as case studies. So, in order to utilize Hallyu studies as a decolonial practice, I want to delve into two issues. They are inter-Asia, and the other is the idea of geopolitics of knowledge. Inter-Asia literally means kind of intra-relation in Asia. But inter-Asia as a kind of theoretical term has been developed and promotes both as a theoretical concept and movement among Asian cultural studies scholars since 1990s. And its core agenda is to encourage Asian cultural studies scholars to meet each other and have conversation and have a kind of read each own works and use each own works for their own studies, instead of looking the West only. And their effort has been well concretized into several outcomes, such as International Journal of Inter-Asia Cultural Studies, the Academic Institute of Inter-Asia Cultural Studies Society, and its biannual conference, summer camp, and occasional academic event, and etc. And as a theoretical spin-off, the concept of inter-Asia referencing is more directly linked with the Hallyu and East Asian pop culture. And in the first level, East Asian referencing refers to the practice of kind of the consulting or cross-checking the counterpart of regional pop culture. So Hallyu is heavily influenced by local pop culture, such as Japanese drama and Hong Kong film. And the next level, inter-Asia referencing, could extend into people's migrant movement within the region. So as you know, Hallyu is kind of the motivator for moving people very vibrantly in and outside of South Korea. And among people's movement, the academic movement also included. So by having meeting together, regional scholars came to know each other and recognize their own works in East Asian pop culture and Hallyu studies. And second topic is geopolitics of knowledge. Here, geopolitics of knowledge refers to embedded nature of knowledge within local context and history. And I want to underscore that In Hallyu studies, the consideration of geopolitics of knowledge is more than important. In the first level, the emphasis on geopolitics of knowledge turns scholars' attention to the context of producing, circulating, and consuming pop culture rather than its content. I think content analysis or psychoanalysis is good, but not enough for Hallyu studies and other pop culture studies, because Hallyu is the phenomenon culturally and historically embedded in its context, particularly the fans' active consumption and utilize of their pop product in their daily life, and their influence on society are very crucial. Secondly, geopolitics of knowledge is less about the nationality or ethnicity of researchers, but it's more about the researchers' physical location and time and the placeness of their works. In existing global hierarchy, i.e., the Euro-American centrism still dominates, the researchers' ethnicities are used for justifying their works on the local issues. So for instance, in Hallyu studies, regardless of their academic specialization, for instance, Korean nationality or Asian ethnicity, in combination with prestige of American university with native English, are used for positioning them as a Hallyu expert. By considering geopolitics of knowledge seriously, I think Hallyu studies and its scholar actively resist such existing practice or hierarchy in global academy. Nonetheless, I do not suggest that the scholars only in South Korea or East Asia are eligible for studying Hallyu, because Hallyu is globalized. So Hallyu study also pay attention to such a global context in which the experience of knowledge of local fans, for instance, in Europe or Latin America or in the United States are also necessary. So to wrap up, I would like to read my final sentence of my paper. So I suggest that Hallyu studies is utilized for decolonial knowledge production, in which local pop culture, regional audiences, and contexts are carefully examined, and the inter-Asian knowledge production can be used for meaningful reference points, both for regional and global scholars on Hallyu and other culture. And I hope that not only Hallyu studies, but also these contemporary Korean studies could signal another milestone for starting kind of the decolonial knowledge production in the world. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Professor Cho, for your wonderful presentation. The second presenter is Professor Youngwon, who is the senior lecturer in the Department of Music and the Institute of Popular Culture at the University of Liverpool. Trained in ethnomusicology and anthropology, Professor has undertaken ethnographic research in Korea, China, Russia, and Central Asia.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I've been given 12 minutes to run through quite a few slides, but most of them are the pictures. First of all, I really thank the Seoul National University, especially Professor Hong Seok-kyung, to include me into this brilliant project. In fact, the paper which I'm going to present today is kind of developed from my own kind of the research project, which is funded by ESRC in the UK to form a network of scholars from Korea, South Korea, and the UK to develop a kind of interdisciplinary network on the topic of Hallyu, especially on archiving exhibition. So this is the reason why I'm going to talk about the Korean Wave and the museum exhibition, which started in the V&A in London in 2022. Let me see. 여기는 가요? Sorry. Hallyu, Korean wave, is known. Is usually considered to be a Korean national phenomena. If this is the case, and this Koreanness and the national leads to the question of a heritage, which is a very important aspect of Korea's self-identity. So then Hallyu, but then Hallyu is a very globalized already. So then where we are going to locate the Koreanness and the national? So in this the context on Hallyu and the making of the cultural heritage, we really need to ask some questions. Firstly, how the national of a Hallyu is constructed and expressed when Hallyu has become global and the transnational cultural product. And what is meant by Korean and the national in the context of Hallyu, and what has it to do with the identity questions? Hallyu and the politics of placeness, nation state, local, transnational, global, all these things are inextricably linked with each other. On top of it, there's a power relations, quite often unequal power relationship between all these different kind of placeness. The next question is, can Hallyu become a cultural heritage of contemporary South Korea? That's quite a new question because no one really thinks Hallyu as a potential cultural heritage material or candidate. So what kind of a cultural heritage is Hallyu for South Korea, if at all? Another thing is, as a media text, can Hallyu be documentary heritage, which is a third category of a UNESCO heritage, in addition to dual concept of a tangible and intangible heritage? All these questions, actually there are more questions than anyone can answer in 12 minutes presentation. So I ask many questions and throw the questions to all of us, and then I will give some kind of examples of it in images and the three case studies of a Hallyu exhibition, which I've been to. Before then, I would like to say something about the relationship between Hallyu, cultural heritage, and museum. Hallyu and the making of a cultural heritage in the digital technology and the museum context is a very specific kind of type of a query. And the case studies I'm going to talk about is a Hallyu exhibition in a museum in the UK, which is a Victorian Albert Museum, and in South Korea, National Museum of Contemporary History, and the Gwangju History and the Folk Museum, both in South Korea. And then also I would like to see how a musealization of a Hallyu gives shape to the selective canonization process for its music, dramas, film. And another thing is why these canons really matter. All this Hallyu curation exhibition in the UK and South Korea so far, they all employ multimedia displays, technological immersion, and the high-level interaction exhibit, and also breaks down the barrier of a high and low arts. And also the selecting and the creating Hallyu already gets into canonization, the process, because who selects and the why. And then the process of heritage making is initiated through the musealization of Hallyu. By being in the museum itself, it becomes kind of, it kind of starts the heritage making process. At the same time, museums are also platforms of power. So in this context, we can really consider the South Korean popular culture and the associated creative industries are deployed as a tool for cultural and the political diplomacy and the soft power generator. So first example is the Hallyu exhibition in V&A, which went on for 9 months, September 2022 to June 2023. And it was free for V&A members and the £20 for non-members. And it was sponsored by the Korean Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and also Korean luxury manufacturer of a Hyundai Motor Group. So you can see that the shared interest of the state and commerce. And they put in the chronological structure, and this narrative emphasized a strong nation building process through the 20th century and its global success in the 21st century, economically, culturally. So it's a really big, and then also there's extensive audience engagement programs and the exhibition-related events, including 2-day symposium at the end of the exhibition period for 9 months. So these are the first, I will just flip through. This one is actually a video, but I don't have really time to do it. This is what you see when you enter the place. And as you can see, this the Gangnam Style. And then also from rubble to smartphone, from 기술 강국의 대지까지. Yeah, and then some of the old, and of course, you can't really miss it. And this, and they even brought the smell. Yes, even the smell. It's a real experience. And this is the Baeknamjun's and the video installation, and I had to make it into slides. And this was a commission for this exhibition. That was a kind of the video thing, which I had to kind of make it into slides. And some of the beauty product, as you can see, and the tradition and the modernity side by side, and the fashion. And this is an enormous kind of undertaking, and it took very long time to go through the whole thing, and it's a really wonderful experience to see. And also, by the end of the exhibition, you are fully informed about Korean history from the 20th century to the mid-20th century to the present time. And the second example, the pop culture we loved and the rise of the Korean wave, which was held in the National Museum of Contemporary History in Seoul, was very much inspired by the V&A exhibition. But the sizes are much, much smaller, and it was curated by the curator working for the museum. And of course, it, being the museum being the kind of a part of the Korean Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, everything was rather in the smaller scale, and the time was very limited. They only have a 5.5 weeks exhibition. It's quite short. But the difference here is that although they had a chronological structure, but its narrative emphasized the specificity of South Korean popular culture, which was shaped by various influences from, firstly, the United States, and secondly, from other Asian nations like Hong Kong and Japan in the 20th century. And thirdly was the regional and the global success in the 21st century. It's the 3 sections, which you can really see how they kind of put things together. And the many items collected and created from local private collectors and consumers is a very kind of personable. Some of them are handwritten. So it really kind of provoking pop nostalgia for those who came to see it, because it's really, really relatable. And so that was so I have 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay, so this is the America, Hollywood, and some of the, and this is Chinese. Oh, sorry, Hong Kong. Excuse me, Hong Kong, and some of the Japan. And then this is how it was. It was on one space, rather small, but whereas the V&A exhibition is really big. And then, so some of the earlier one, and the Japan, and then there's the billboard, and then finally Bangtanso년. Yeah, so it really has had a really small, but they really compact and make some sense to, especially to Korean audience. And the third one was the pop culture Gwangju loved, and the rise of a Korean wave, which was held in June and August 18th, just the last week. And again, it's the same organization under the Ministry of Culture and Sports and Tourism. And they had the same kind of a structure, except that they had an additional section which focused in the local popular culture of Gwangju. So they put in the center of the hall. And this is, as you can see, 광주가 사랑했던 한류. It's very, very, and here is, they put in the middle and the center, and they show the everything about Gwangju, 중정로, and about the songs about Gwangju and the song that's performed by Gwangju, so those who are born in Gwangju, and so on and so forth. And this probably, if you can, this is the Queen Elizabeth, the coronation poster, well, which they was made in the Gwangju movie theater. And this is kind of a very, very locally specific, but it was a very significant. Apparently, this curator, oops, sorry. Okay, I have 1 minute to wrap up. So some observations, because it's a work in progress. I just started, literally. There's still more exhibitions to see, the one in Ulsan, and the one in, hopefully in San Francisco. These three exhibitions emphasize the global success of Hallyu. And all museums serve a role of a platform for soft power of the Korean popular culture, but with a different scales, emphases, and approaches. So it has kind of its own soft power, because as a world-leading museum known for its expertise in curating and exhibiting popular cultures across the world. So V&A International Tour in the USA, there was one in Boston, and there's another one coming up in Asian Arts Museum in San Francisco. This is the one which I would like to go to. And then the National Museum of Contemporary Art History, they kind of, their curational approach is to really to communicate with the South Korean popular, the South Korean audience, to talk about specificity of the South Korean popular culture. And in contrast, the Gwangju, the museum, the approach is that they really wanted to showcase the Gwangju's the special kind of place in Korean kind of culture, and also their local art and their heritage, and also importance about placeness, and the city's self-identification as a Yehyang, which is an artistic city, to distinguish itself from the rest of the South Korea, from cultural and geopolitical point of view. Geographical or geopolitical point of view, it should be both ways. So in this context, the ongoing Hallyu exhibition project across and beyond South Korea would tell us so much about the different curational approaches and exhibition context and audience reception, all of which will give shape to the making of a Hallyu canon and the cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor We slightly changed the presentation order, and the third presenter is now Dr. Sojong Park. Sojong Park is a cultural studies scholar whose interests span diverse aspects of popular culture and digital culture. She is currently a research fellow at the Center for Hallyu Studies at Seoul National University, but I learned that she will be a new faculty member at Hanyang University. Am I right? So, yeah, very exciting. It's our new blood. Okay, so we have the but unluckily, she got COVID. So we had to ask her to make the video presentation. So we'll watch video presentation together.
Hi, I'm Sojong Park, a research fellow at the Center for Hallyu Studies at Seoul National University. Today, I'm going to talk about a post-colonial perspective on Hallyu by using K-beauty as a case. Commonly, when people think of beauty, it's easy to associate it with a superficial culture focused on appearance. However, beauty must be understood within the broader context of global cultural flows, technological advancements, and post-colonial power dynamics. This study aims to examine K-beauty from the perspective of identity politics through a post-colonial lens, exploring its implications and limitations. K-beauty essentially refers to Korean beauty, but it encompasses the contemporary beauty culture, images, and practices created and mediated internationally by Korea's cosmetics and media industries. The growing influence of K-beauty is reflected not only in the increasing export of Korean cosmetics, but also in the way people discuss and emulate K-beauty trends online. The core of K-beauty is centered around achieving beautiful, clear skin. The K-beauty 10-step skincare routine is widely known, and the ideal K-beauty complexion is often described using the terms like porcelain skin or glass skin, highlighting its focus on flawless, luminous skin. The construction of beauty standards is deeply embedded within the power dynamics of race, where Western media has historically positioned white individuals as the unraised norm, and this effectively normalizes whiteness as both the default human condition and the pinnacle of beauty standards. Meanwhile, Asian, and specifically Asian women's appearances have been exoticized and stereotyped within a narrow frame of Western perception, often labeled as unattractive by mainstream standards while simultaneously being fetishized for their exotic qualities. Moreover, the beauty practices of Asian women have been framed negatively. It is considered as a denial of their authentic ethnic identity, pathological behavior, or an attempt to conform to white beauty ideals. However, these views fail to recognize the agency of Asian women in navigating and contesting the complex terrain of global beauty standards. I'd like to argue that K-beauty can provide a case where Asians' beautification can be interpreted as a pursuit of a more creative form of self-expression and definition beyond the racialized visuality imposed by Western-centric imagination. First, K-beauty provides a new model within Asian community. K-beauty is not completely something new, but it emerged within the trans-Asian flow, much like Japan's manga aesthetics. Additionally, with the increasing number of Southeast Asian artists in K-pop, K-beauty is becoming a more relatable ideal for Asian women, offering an alternative to the distant standards of Western beauty. The popularity of K-beauty is rapidly rising in the Southeast Asian region, with some even developing their own K-beauty products using the word Seoul. The Korean word chokchok, meaning moist, is being used internationally as well and has become a kind of lingua franca in the beauty industry. I would like to discuss the post-colonial implications of K-beauty being circulated as a new model of beauty within Asia. The flawless, immaculate, and bright skin, which is the essence of the K-beauty, can be interpreted as a deconstructing racialized visuality. Traditionally, Asians have been racialized as yellow, a categorization rooted in a Western perspective. By appropriating the aesthetic feature of white skin, Asians challenge the monopoly of whiteness on beauty standards, complicating ethnic visuality and questioning the authority of white beauty norms. Echoing Homi Bhabha's notion of mimicry, which suggests that the colonized, perceived as imitating the colonizer, ultimately pose a threat to colonial power, the form of whiteness crafted through K-beauty may carry the colonial potential. This prompts the question, is the whiteness of K-beauty identical to ethnic whiteness? K-beauty challenges the long-standing stereotypical notion of Asians as yellow, thereby offering a new source of imagination regarding Asian identities. However, we should not disregard that Korean whiteness can be another hegemonic whiteness. The Korean entertainment industry, including K-pop, tends to exclude individuals with darker skin tones, and despite some improvements, the K-beauty industry is still criticized for failing to embrace consumers with diverse skin tones. This reflects the danger of colorism in Korea, and as Korea distances itself from Western hegemony, it may risk positioning itself within an imperial power dynamic of its own. Secondly, I would like to explore K-beauty from the perspective of the digitalization of beauty. The rise of K-beauty in gaining new influence and significance has been largely driven by the power of digital technology platforms. The advent of digital retouching tools has given rise to a new era where altering one's appearance according to personal preferences is not only possible but has become a norm. The ideals and desires surrounding K-beauty were initially mediated by media, with representations produced through technologies like digital retouching. Additionally, through social media, images of K-pop stars captured and edited by fan photographers known as the home masters are widely circulated. Platforms like YouTube have seen the rise of K-beauty tutorials and various K-beauty celebrities, highlighting how K-beauty is largely shaped and completed through digital technology. digital space has emerged as a performative site for diverse voices to articulate and express themselves. Colored people are gaining post-colonial visibilities through digital media and technology. Moreover, digital elements can be independently modified and reused in different contexts, allowing for a vast array of iterations and representations. Such variability challenges the traditional notion of indexicality and referentiality that have historically grounded photography. In the digital age, images have become much more dynamic entities capable of being easily manipulated and tailored by individuals to fit their desired self-expressions. Having examined the post-colonial implications of K-beauty, we can further complicate the issue by posing the following questions. Is decolonization based on technological and economic development truly decolonization? The Landa's exploration of the collective unintended consequences of intentional action provides a compelling framework to contemplate on the decolonizing effects of K-beauty. This concept suggests that outcomes often emerge not directly from the aims of individual actions, but from the complex interplay of multiple intentional acts. In the realm of K-beauty, the convergence of Korean cosmetic companies' profit motives, the allure of digital technology enabling personal appearance modification, and the neoliberal ethos promoting the belief in self-achievement through effort collectively contribute to a phenomenon that may inadvertently wield decolonial power. This type of decolonial flow, which is not rooted in the conscious and deliberate movements, can be highlighted as a phenomenon of the post-colonial era. By moving beyond the modernist notion of social movements driven by subjectivity, expanding the scope of decolonial phenomena to include these less deliberate forms of engagement, opens up an additional layer of post-colonial thought. Such a perspective acknowledges the complexity of how identities, cultures, and power dynamics evolve in the aftermath of colonialism, revealing the multifaceted and ongoing nature of decolonial processes. However, it is essential to scrutinize the sustainability and limitations of such decolonization. The decolonial potential of K-beauty raises questions about the depth and permanence of its impact. If the change in beauty standards is not merely superficial, to what extent does it signify a profound cultural and ideological shift? Moreover, the reliance on consumerism and technological modification of appearance might reinforce other forms of dominance and inequality, such as class disparity and access to technology. This represents the paradox faced by all post-discourses, and post-colonialism is not free from this as well. While it focuses on the ability of formerly colonized people to articulate and express their identities, thereby challenging the colonial narrative, it may also risk overlooking the persistent structures and legacies of colonialism that continue to shape global relations and identities. This is encapsulated in the critical question of post-colonial studies. Can the subaltern speak? This question, posed by Spivak, interrogates the possibility of authentic representation and voice for the marginalized people. The digital manipulation of beauty, particularly within Asian contexts, seems to say yes to her question, offering a means for individuals to assert control over their aesthetic representation. On the other hand, it may inadvertently reinforce the global power structures it seeks to challenge by perpetuating a narrow market-driven conception of beauty. To conclude, while K-beauty presented by Koreans and East Asians are far from the typical Asian beauty that has been reproduced in Western media, thus complicating and deterritorializing the notion of Asianness defined by the West, mere celebration of this phenomena might lead to the ignorance to the existing power hierarchy sustained by global media beauty complex. Thank you for your attention.
Hello.
Okay, thanks so much, Dr. Park. Now going to be a Professor Park. I'm thinking that she is watching YouTube the broadcasting, so we hope her fast recovery. Now we are going to have the last presentation by Professor Sungmin Kim. Sungmin Kim is Professor of Media and Communication, Hokkaido University. His areas of expertise are media, cultural studies, and the sociology of music. Okay, Joel, yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sungmin Kim from Hokkaido University, and it's an absolute honor to be here and to be a part of you. It's excellent project, and I've been learning a lot over two days. So first, I'd like to briefly introduce my research. My work primarily focuses on the transnational cultural flow between South Korea and Japan. For instance, my first book examines how Japanese popular culture were both banned and consumed in Korea after liberation within the broader context of evolving Korea-Japan relations. Another book explores the historical formation of K-pop from a perspective of relationships with Japan and US. And this year, I published a book on the exchange and interaction of popular music between Korea and Japan following the normalization of diplomatic relations in 1965. I usually write my book in Japanese firstly, so maybe I expect I'm gonna publish the Korean version like next year. So building on these research outcomes, I'm participating in the Global Perspectives on Hallyu team, where my research is titled Hallyu in Japan. So this study explores the evolution and diversification of Korean popular music categories since the 1970s, when the Korean music market first began to establish itself in Japan. It also examines how the Hallyu phenomenon, beginning in the 2000s, has impacted Japan's music market, media industry, and cultural perceptions of identity and otherness. As you know, Japan has been playing a quantitatively and a qualitatively significant role in the Hallyu phenomenon. Nevertheless, I think studies that examine the process and meanings of Hallyu in Japan from a historical perspective are rare. So today's presentation can be considered one such attempt. When I refer to category or categorization or recategorization here, I'm talking about how genre classification within the popular music reflects shifts in perceptions and narratives surrounding usness and otherness, shaped through various industrial, cultural, economic, and political negotiations. Then let's dive in. I have to hurry to cover almost 50 years in 20 minutes. So it's like the YouTube clip, right? So due to time constraints, I will skip the detailed explanations of the examples shown in the photos. Okay, then the Korean popular music began to gain significant attention in Japan in the late 1970s, particularly with the success of Lee Sung-ae's debut and her hit remake song 가슴 아프게 in 1976. This hit sparked what was known as the Korean song boom, solidifying the category of Korean enka, referring to the trot genre of Korean music. Given that Korean trot was banned and censored as Japanese-style songs during this same period in Korea, like Wesekgayo, the term Korean enka can also be seen as an extension of a colonial gaze toward Koreanness. This perspective is further supported by the fact that even musicians like Cho Young-pil, Korean superstar, who performed pop and rock music, were categorized and consumed solely within the Korean enka in Japan. Industrially speaking, Japan's music market and discourse space, especially the music market, had grown to become the second largest in the world in 1969 and was directly connected to Western music, only allowed for the Korean enka category within the market for Korean popular music. From the 1980s to the early 1990s, we see the disintegration and effective disappearance of the Korean enka category. This shift is also tied to structural changes within Japan's domestic music industry. As Japan's bubble economy peaked in the late 1980s, the Japanese music industry and market underwent recategorization, focusing on the genres of pop and rock, encapsulated by the new term J-pop. So the transition from Gayo-kyoku to J-pop was both productive and catalyst for the change in the producers and consumers of popular music. With the rapid decline of Korean enka alongside Japanese enka, there was a growing movement to consume Korean pop as Asian pop, similar to the trend seen with pop from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and China, etc. However, the Korean pop music that embraced black music and dominated music charts and awards in Korea was seen as something highly distinct and foreign in Japan, fitting neither into the Asian pop category nor the J-pop category. For example, Soteji, Teji Boy's entry into the Japanese market only gained a small group of dedicated fans. Nevertheless, this period was crucial as a transitional phase, during which the rigid Korean enka category disintegrated and new perceptions and perspectives toward Korean popular music began to form. Various genres of Korean pop music started to gain attention, and collaborations between two countries were attempted. Moving through this transitional period, we see the emergence of what can truly be called Hallyu in Japan. With the phenomenon of Hallyu in East Asian region, a new term, genre, market, and culture known as K-pop began to be discovered within Japan. K-pop, first recognized in Japan through BoA's debut in 2001, was initially classified within the J-pop category. However, as Hallyu gained traction, particularly with the TV drama Winter Sonata sparking a widespread cultural phenomenon, K-pop began to distinguish itself as a separate category distinct from J-pop. From the late 2000s, K-pop began to establish its own unique space within the broader Hallyu phenomenon and started to exert significant influence on Japan. First, it impacted the categorization within Japan's music industry. K-pop, with its mix of Korean and Japanese lyrics, began to transcend the boundaries of both J-pop and Western pop categories. This fluidity started to dismantle the long-standing categories in Japan, which had been traditionally divided into Japanese music and Western music. Second, it influenced Japan's soft power discourse and cultural policies. Around 2010, K-pop had a substantial impact on the direction of Japan's Cool Japan strategy. However, a superficial understanding or misunderstanding of K-pop focused primarily on government policies ultimately contributed to the failure of the Cool Japan strategy in the 2010s. Third, it affected the framework of understanding Japan-Korea relations. Even as Korea-Japan relations rapidly deteriorated after 2012, the K-pop market and culture continued to expand, free from the influence of traditional mass media. While the Hallyu phenomenon in Japan in the 2000s was closely coupled with the Korea-Japan relation, following the 1998 Kim Dae-jung-Obuchi Declaration, from this period onwards, we begin to see a decoupling of traditional Korea-Japan relations from the movements of the cultural sphere. Lastly, it had an impact on nationalism and broader social atmosphere. Japan's far-right and xenophobic forces launched the so-called Kenkan, Hate Korea movement, in response to Hallyu. This xenophobia is deeply rooted in the historical context of discrimination against Koreans throughout the 20th century. However, it can also be seen as a derivative phenomenon of the Hallyu that began in the 2000s. As Hallyu expanded, it became more visible and commercialized, eventually establishing a distinct category within Japan's publishing industry and online discourse spaces. I think that the upcoming book chapter will likely focus primarily on this period. The success of K-pop led by BTS in the United States has brought immense shock and amazement to Japan as a whole, an industry that had been knocking on the door of the US market since Q Sakamoto's Billboard #1 hit in 1963. From this point on, we see a shift from merely consuming K-pop in Japan to approaching the K-pop industry, market, and fandom as a platform for globalization. Collaboration systems centered on Korean music companies and media have expanded, and there has been an explosive increase in young Japanese musicians and performers seeking to enter the global market by first entering the K-pop. I will conclude my presentation by reading the discussion part. The Hallyu phenomenon has deconstructed the market and cultural framework of Korean music, which had been defined and entrenched around the Korean enka category since the 1970s. This shift has resulted in a reconfiguration of categories within contemporary Korean music. Additionally, this process has involved the reconstruction of Japan's post-war Koreanism, which was reinforced during the Cold War. This transformation not only reshaped perceptions of Korea, but also prompted shifts in Japan's self-identity, traditionally positioned between Asia and the West, particularly the United States. These changes have been reflected in the rise of anti-Hallyu sentiments, a growing sense of cultural and economic insecurity, and the implementation of competitive cultural policies. The globalization of K-pop has pushed Japan's K-pop market and industry beyond the conventional framework of import and export, transforming it into a transnational music market where local and global contexts intersect. K-pop's significant achievements in the US market have notably reshaped J-pop industry's understanding of globalization and its strategies. While Japan's market and infrastructure continue to play a crucial role in K-pop's global expansion, a significant development since the late 2010s has been K-pop's increasing role as a platform for J-pop's own global ambitions. In summary, Hallyu has evolved from a cultural phenomenon into a crucial matter of Japan's self-identification, intersecting its cultural, social, economic, and political spheres. Considering the colonial and Cold War context of the 20th century, this makes it a significant and intriguing development in both Korea-Japan relations and post-war world history. And just to clarify, this does not imply that K-pop is musically superior to J-pop. I hope this discussion does not devolve into another form of nationalistic discourse. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Sung-min Kim. All presenters made it the time the consciousness presentation. Now we are inviting discussant. Each speaker has 2 discussants, and each discussant has maximum 5 minutes. But in order to secure time to get the Q&As, we are going to have the 3-4 minute discussions, and followed by short answers by presenters. The first discussant, Sang-Jun Lee, Professor Sang-Jun Lee at the City University of Hong Kong, unluckily had the health issue, so could not make his trip to South Korea yesterday. So I'm the only one discussant. So again, very brief. In terms of your presentation, Dr. Jo, it's very interesting, very informative and compelling. We learned a lot through several different concepts, but in particular, inter-Asia referencing. As several speakers today talked about, we are going to talk about the globalization of Korean popular culture not only East Asian integration. In the 1990s, early 2000s, the majority of popular culture went to East Asia. Therefore, East Asian referencing was one of the major theoretical frameworks in understanding and analyzing the local penetration. But as Netflix indicates, and the K-pop indicates, Korean popular culture is global. And therefore, I'm just curious about whether East Asian referencing is still meaningful. If so, then what's the value of East Asian referencing in the globalization of Korean popular culture?
Okay, thank you for the questions. And yeah, so as far as I understand, your question is about the different status of the concept of inter-Asia referencing between the early 2000s when the East Asian pop culture has been burning and Korean wave is circulated within Asia context, and then the difference when the Korean wave or Hallyu has been globalized as of now. And as you point out correctly, I think the concept itself has not been changed, but the context around the concept has been changing. So as Hallyu has been globalized, paradoxically, the idea of East Asia or the discussion of the importance of Asia or East Asian pop culture has disappeared, at least in the discussion among Korean scholars or media. I think it's not because East Asia is not important, but because South Korean media experts or even scholars always, prioritize the global, in this case, usually West, Europe, or United States consume. So in this sense, many people trying to understand how the West, US, or European audience and fans are consumed that kind of the Hallyu phenomenon. However, I think because of that kind of the nature, I still think that kind of attention to East Asia is still important, because one of the issue around Hallyu is a kind of both. One is too nationalistic in South Korean circumstances, and the other way is that East Asia is still important to connect Hallyu to the global. And as Sojung present from the video, the beauty or the representation of Asian people are still very meaningful, not only to Korean, but also Asian to the global audiences. In understanding Hallyu through East Asia would be another core potential for thinking meaningfulness of Hallyu that is not limited with the state-oriented understanding of Hallyu. And I think my purpose to using Hallyu study as decolonial knowledge production is not to remove United States or West from the discussion of Hallyu studies, but to multiply our reference or our thinking of the frame using Japan, for instance. So I think still East Asia, and as well as the concept such as inter-Asia reference, is more than important in the arena when the Hallyu is globalized. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. The second presentation is by the Hae-kyung, and we have there two discussants. The first discussant is Eun-jung Lee from Free University of Berlin. The second discussant is Ji-young Seo, the researcher at Hallyu Center at the SNU. So let me invite Eun-jung Lee first.
Professor, I enjoyed your presentation a lot, and it is really inspiring to see that Hallyu from the perspective of exhibition and cultural heritage. 안 들려요? Okay. 말 들고 해. Okay. Yeah, that's the best way. Yeah. So to analyze the role of Hallyu through the lens of the cultural heritage or cultural exhibition provokes a compelling endeavor. I think your work bears a significance in two crucial aspects. Firstly, it provokes a contemplation on the role of the nation or nation state in the context of cultural placeness, and secondly, it illustrates the import of exhibition in the cultural disseminations. And it may be premature to assess the cultural heritage significance of Hallyu as it remains in ongoing cultural phenomenon. And this is too early to talk about Hallyu as cultural heritage. It's a question of the time, I think. And however, when one considers how exhibitions such as Great Expo in the 19th century were instrumental in gaining the meaning of the Japanism or Japanese boom in Europe, and have decisively contributed to Europeans' enduring admiration for Japanese culture, one can readily anticipate the profound significance of your research, I think. In this vein, I aspire to more frequent opportunities, this is a suggestion to Professor Kwon, to give us more opportunity to talk, to cooperate among us, because we have so many points which we can exchange each other in with your argument, and to combine my paper, what I'm writing about the East Asian popular culture, the wave of East Asian popular culture in Europe since the 17th century, and your work, and then the work of Professor Cho's with the decolonization or Hallyu studies, is actually impressive to see that, but we didn't have opportunities to talk among us to make our book more meaningful. I think we need more opportunity or chance to talk each other. That is one point. And the crux of our collective deliberation should be the relationship between Hallyu and the nation state. But it was pointed out several times, the nation state or the meaning of the government in a Hallyu, but this aspect has arguably engendered in the most controversy within Hallyu discourse, and we need more time and the space to discuss about this point. Thank you.
Okay, now invite Dr. Jiyoung. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jiyoung Seo. I'm a Korean cultural historian working in the Asian Center, SNU Asian Center, the Center for Korean Study and Hallyu Studies. Sorry. I'm very happy to join this conference, and now I'm giving a few comments and questions for Professor Um's presentation. Thank you so much for your inspiring presentation, and your paper raises lots of fascinating topics for debate. What is most impressive to me is that this presentation opens up a new way to approach the Hallyu phenomenon, which actually requires multiple angles to deal with the multifaceted dimensions of Hallyu, I think. Today, I'm going to bring up 3 points that appear not to be fully addressed in today's presentation, perhaps due to the time limit. And the first one is about Hallyu's definition and classification as a cultural heritage. According to the UNESCO definition, the cultural and natural heritage around the world is considered to be of outstanding value to humanity. And the concept of world heritage is remarkable because of its universal application. Currently, we see that Hallyu is gaining global acclaim and its worldwide circulation beyond national borders. If we posit Hallyu as cultural heritage that deserves to be preserved and or protected, such as documentary heritage as suggested by UNESCO, or as a different kind of global cultural heritage shared in common by people from diverse backgrounds. My question is, which aspects of Hallyu could be highlighted more than emphasizing specific Korean identities within local contexts? For instance, what knowledge about humanity can Hallyu provide, and how can deal with this? So this is my first point. Second point is the canonization of Hallyu. The canonization issue in the literature and cultural sectors since the early 20th century coincided with establishment of a hierarchy between high culture and low culture, thereby intensifying the marginalization of popular culture or mass culture in general. But indeed, Hallyu products are characterized highly commodified popular culture content in its mass manufactured system. So could you share more with us about whether Hallyu is fostering the redistribution of our values beyond the dichotomy or hierarchy between high and low culture or tradition and modernity? Or if there are any other observations on this issue in your case studies. The last point is the audience engagement in the making of Hallyu as cultural heritage. You mentioned that Hallyu's mutualization acts as platforms of soft power based on the shared interest of the state and commerce. However, as you also noted that these Hallyu exhibition projects across or beyond the South Korea could create diverse implications through different curatorial approaches and exhibition contexts and audience receptions. So I'm curious about the various and dynamic layers of the reconstruction or deconstruction of Korean culture depending on the different target audiences and among heterogeneous audiences based on such factors as ethnicity or generation and gender in this Hallyu exhibition project. So, for example, I wonder if there are any indications of dismantling the Western constructed ideological and thinking patterns about Korean culture in the case of British audiences, as well as the perceptions of Korean culture among Korean audiences themselves through this mutualization of Hallyu. Okay, I think you can answer all the questions, but I'm really grateful if you can touch on some issues about this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So, Professor, you have the next 5 minutes, so you have the
I'm so glad I have only 5 minutes.
no problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both the Professor Lee and Professor Seo, for your most valuable comments. And this is going to be really helpful for me to write up and consider the points in the writing process. I will respond to one or two aspects of Professor Lee's question. Whether this considering Hallyu as a cultural heritage is it too soon? But then we have to think about what cultural heritage is, because it's contemporary. I mean, when do you draw a line when something becomes worth preserving or archiving and worth? Because we're talking about 21st century. Quite a lot of the things which made kind of shape the Hallyu is from late 20th century or early 21st century. So I think it somehow, the heritage somehow, it has kind of stuck in some kind of a preconception that it has to be very old, but it isn't. It isn't. I think we have to kind of think more, think about cultural heritage in a more, let's say, in a different light altogether, especially when it comes to popular culture, in the contemporary culture, especially in the digital area, because so to some extent, it probably answers one of the questions asked by Professor Seoul about the, UNESCO's definition. There are three different definitions. A documentary heritage is very, very important now. It doesn't have to be very old and so on and so forth. So contemporary document, the heritage is a very, very, very important aspect of a UNESCO heritage. So they really shift the timeline considerably in a more recent time. Of course, there's a tangible, intangible, and the documentary. But the thing about the Hallyu is that it covers all three, because there's a tangible, intangible, and a documentary. So that, in that respect, I think it makes the Hallyu become even more powerful, and a powerful kind of the idea to be to consider the Hallyu as a cultural heritage. But then again, whose cultural heritage it is, and when we really put the time signature and so on and so forth. Because especially when it's constantly moving, it's a moving target, changing the moving target. Another thing is because it's a popular, that means that there's a hierarchical kind of the value, cultural capital, political capital, economic capital. So that I think this is something which you really have to think, have to kind of free from that the pre-consumption. And so Hallyu and the roles of the nation, I mean, probably sometimes, quite often, it's overemphasized. But there's something which I was really appreciated when I went to Gwangju, and how important is the local, the curators, how they want to see as what is available and what is relevant for them to think about. The 20th century or late 20th century, even 21st century, their cultural heritage, to feel that the Gwangju is a truly artistic city. So I think that really opened my eyes in many ways. So I think it's always the fieldwork is the best way to find out what's really happening in the world. And the Hallyu definition, also heritage definitions that are really open. And whether it's a Hallyu is to be protected or preserved, again, and what aspect of a Hallyu is, I mean, you can choose from something like the, what do you call it? The light, a light hue, and there's a certain kind of let's say, trend that will change. After a while, let's say within 5 or 10 years, it will become a very important, valuable kind of the object, because it really shows how certain things progress and change over time, and what do they really meant for those who are consumed and collected, those who collected. So Hallyu can be collected by the state or museum or individuals. This is what was really interesting, that some of the objects that was brought in the museum by private collectors, and the people, actually, most people were paying more attention to those little items because they could recognize, they could relate it. Relatable. So different kind of level of the curation. So that means it doesn't have to be kind of a top-down approach, but a bottom-up. So it's a different kind of archiving, curational kind of approach. I think that's what Hallyu probably needs more than any other kind of artwork. And the canonization of Hallyu, again, because it's against because it's manufactured, does it mean that it's not worth archiving? I don't think so. I think we have to really think again, and because it's not disposable. Manufactured doesn't mean that it's not disposable. And whatever we use in even everyday life, because it is something about everyday lifeness, it's also become a very important part of our human history and the culture. So I think in that respect, I think Hallyu can really, the archiving and the canonization tell us so much about the everyday life and popular culture. So that's a contribution, I think. And so what kind of value could I put? Many, many different kinds, yeah. So audience question, that will be more difficult. I really have to ask discuss with the curators, and also I need to go to the exhibitions more often. But the people don't want to talk to me. It's a bit difficult to talk with the. So I think I'm past the 5 minutes. Sure. But, yeah. So thank you very much.
Okay, so now we have the third presentation by Sojong Park, and therefore we have the another two discussants, Vincent Cho and Sylvie from the France. We understand that Sojong Park cannot respond to the discussion, but I'm still thinking that she is taking memo for the later stage, so it's still worse.
We would like to thank the Global Hallyu team for organizing this fantastic event, and especially our good friend, Professor Hong. The conference is great, the panel too, and the presentation of Professor Park, very stimulating. We were so stimulated that we decided to establish a dialogue. We tried, always. In order to think about a very important point, a point that is at stake today. I have a strong voice, I don't need this, but anyway. Okay, we decide to ask a question. If you want to build some commonalities today, if you want to think about an inclusive world, inclusive world related to the question of body and beauty, as you can see in this picture, a post-colonial perspective is good. The colonial perspective is good also, but it's not enough. And as the great actress Marilyn Monroe said once, when we tell a story, we have to see both sides. We have to tell both sides. So let's start the discussion with, I can't do everything. I have just 2 legs. Okay, thank you. And 2 hands. So let's start with this sentence, what we find in a fantastic novel written by a very important Korean writer, Kim Young-ha. I think that you know this guy very well, especially the novel, Your Republic is Calling You. We read it in French translation. And in this novel, the main character, Aeong, he started to draw a character of a manhwa. And this character is a girl. And as you can see, this girl has big eyes and long legs. She's supposed to be Korean. This is a kind of self-representation. It's not an orientalistic gaze. It's the gaze of a South Korean writer. And this is a presentation for Korean audience and for the rest of the world. So we try to imagine the origin of this self-representation, because it's not a Western representation. We don't have the idea that when we start to draw a picture of a woman, that this girl will have big eyes and long legs. So let's imagine the origin of this self-representation. It's not Western. Maybe this comes from Japan. And maybe because in these woodblock prints that were very important in Europe and later in the Western societies, in this, how do you pronounce it? Ukiyo-e, great. Good pronunciation. I tried many times. I repeat. Okay, ukiyo-e. And you can see that they don't have big eyes. They don't have long legs. Maybe, but nobody knows. Who cares? And this had a very strong impact in Europe. Look at these two paintings, very famous by Monet and Manet, in which you can see Japanese ukiyo-e in the back, and even the wife of Claude Monet with a Japanese dress. And in the two paintings, you don't have this kind of representation. But this is the origin. This is Japanese. Everybody knows Leiji Matsumoto, two very important animes, mangas, and then animes. How do you say in Japan? The name is Kyoputen. Kyoputen. Huh? It's Kyoputen? Aroku. Kyoputen Aroku. Okay, I could know. In Italian, it's Capitan Harlock. But anyway, and in French, it's Albator. And you can see the origin of everything. Long legs, big eyes, and the V-shape face. This is the origin. Okay, someone can say, oh, but Leiji Matsumoto said once that he was inspired by an European actress. Nobody knows her name. But this is very Japanese. This has a very strong impact for the idea we have of beauty, not only in Korea, but especially in Europe. And if you compare the anime, the characters, so, no, sorry, oh shit, see this. It's super. If you compare these characters with real women, girls, they are much more similar to these characters than to other representation that we have in Western societies.
If I may continue, they look like those girls. This is an advertisement for H&M. I'm not advertising for H&M, but it's very interesting because it's global. And this global norm, it's like those kind of body, big eyes, long legs. You don't see the legs, but they are long, I can assure you. But at the same time, so our first question was what are the circulation of norms and ideas, thank you, and images. Second question is, what is Western? What is really Western? We are supposed to be the Western of the panel, so we're trying to reflect on ourselves. What is really Western? So this kind of images, they are pretty much like the mangas we consume when we are little. And the mangas were not French, and were not American. At the same time, there is an enormous flux of advertisement for what we call different bodies. Different bodies is that different colors, different, let's say, volumes, not to say more. And those trends are transforming our relation to what is beauty currently. For many reasons. The first one is demographic. In the West, many countries are multicultural, as France is, for example, and the States is also. And in a few times, in 25 years approximately, there will be more non-white in the US than white people. So is the West still white? What does that mean? Currently in France, I know I have to explain that all the time to my Korean colleagues who do not know French that much. We have a migration country. I may appear white, but I have 5 nationalities in my background. I'm not that white, right? So white, I'm not sure what does that mean. In France, that's complicated. Doesn't mean that there is no racism in France. I'm not saying that, of course. So the question is more about marketing, how to attract a lot of people that want to be beautiful in many different ways, in many different parts of the world. And again, this is interesting to focus on France, not because I'm French, but because France appears to be one of the major countries for beauty. We own L'Oréal, for example, and the French companies account for 50% of the global market for beauty, for cosmetics. So is the beauty French? Is Frenchness spread all over the world? I don't think so. Let me show you. Those are the companies that are most advertising towards especially the young market. So this is Beyoncé, she's Afro-American. This is, you don't see her, but she's Kim Kardashian, which is non-white again, and the market share are huge. This is, of course, the K-beauty, and do you know what this is? Have you any idea? So it's one of the most French companies advertising for black beauty. So French companies do black beauty. We do not display only Frenchness, meaning whiteness, because Frenchness is not whiteness, and white in the West is not white anymore for a long time. So our question was more about redefining what the post-colonial here really helps to understand and to really grasp, apart from what has to do with, let's say, global marketing and global competition in the beauty market. Of course, the K-beauty is a trend that appears to gain leverage in Europe. You have some numbers here. But what attracts people in this K-beauty, according to the data we have and inquiry we have, is that it's cute and it's funny. And it has to do with the branding of the Hallyu as a whole, in fact. It's not because it's, may I say, yellow or Asian. It's because this country has developed a creativity that is cute and funny at the same time. And other people don't do that the same way. Another reason why it's so popular is that because it's less expensive per product for the average product. But you have to buy a lot, because there is a 10-step Korean beauty ritual, which is something really complicated for someone like me, who barely puts something once in a day on my face. But 10 products, that's a new hegemony. Can you imagine young people in every part of the world putting 10 products every morning on their face? That's a lot. That's really a lot. That's not something white people do. White people do. If white does exist. So, I mean, we have to really, as a final conclusion, what we propose is that, of course, post-colonial studies are really interesting and are helping us to understand what is at stake, but we have all the time, every time we use that kind of concept to define them very strictly, very precisely, according to the object, the subject we are dealing with. Otherwise, we mix different level of analysis and probably don't grasp that much on what is at stake. Many thanks for your attention.
Okay, thanks so much. We have the final presentation by the Sungmin Kim. Now we are inviting two discussants. First discussant is Professor Youngwon. I'm changing your role from the presenter to discussant. And the second discussant is Professor Eunmi Kim in the Department of Communication at SNU. So why don't you start first? Oh, okay. Can you do first? Okay, thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Eunmi Kim. Thank you for inviting me as a discussant. My next door colleague, Professor Seok Kyung-hong, knows me very well, and she knows that I never come to school during weekends. That's why she had to invite me over for the discussion. But thanks for the whole interesting session, not only Professor Kim Sang-min's presentation, but starting from Professor Cho Young-han's sort of a proposal or his views on what the directions of Hallyu studies should be. I think the organizers did a pretty good job in placing Professor Cho Young-han's presentation first and Professor Kim Sang-min's presentation at the last, so that what Professor Cho Young-han proposed as a sort of a directional for the ideal direction of the Hallyu studies, I think Kim Sang-min's presentation and his thread of studies over decades of pop culture between Korea and Japan showed a very good example of how we can concretely study globalization rather than globalization as a state, but globalization as a process. Because as an avid reader of what is so-called global television over decades, from like 80s cultural imperialism, 90s transponder data transportation, satellite television, up to platformization of Netflix, every time I read a chapter or book or paper, at the end, when I close the book, I always wondered, it's this sort of unpleasant feeling of each author says global or globalization, but everybody says a different thing, and it's very vague and very muggy and obscure. But I think Professor Kim Sung-min's presentation and his study showed a very clever way of capturing something in action as it moved around these close East Asian countries, Japan and Korea, exchanging their identities during their sort of a collective conversation via consuming or exporting and importing cultural products. That brings to my second point that I wanna focus. That I thought Professor Kim Sung-min's presentation was very clever to focus on categorization itself. I think in two aspects, putting focus on categorization is very strategic and very fruitful as we involve these Hallyu studies. Because first, rather than talking about individual artists or specific cultural products or billboard charts and nitty-gritty things, how a collective group, in this case Japanese public, categorize these pop words, this captures very well a frame of a collective mind or attitude toward the other culture. So in that way, I think this is a much more clever way than tackling, putting the all data of individual artists or products. My second point is, I'm thinking of how we should evolve the study of cultural industry in the age of AI and datafication and categorization and putting all these detailed data into categories and just to study how people categorize and reconceptualize. So following that line might shed a light on how we should study cultural industry in the datafication and AI age. So yeah, that's the second point that I thought your tactic was very clever. Third point I want to make is that his presentation opened my eyes on the concept or phenomena of Kenkan. Hyomhan. I really didn't pay much attention about Hyomhan phenomenon as a phenomenon because I thought any country has extreme voices. Any country, no matter where you go, there are extreme groups of people hating, voicing out. So I thought it's just Hyomhan. I know the phenomenon, but I didn't pay much attention. But I thought as I was reading his PowerPoint slide. Made me wonder, this is very interesting phenomenon itself. I don't know any other case or in the history or in the global cultural industries that is there any collective attitude expressed toward not likes or not fans, but very proactive voicing out dislike of a certain genre or a certain cultural product. So this is in fact very unique phenomenon as of itself, independent of fandom studies or K-pop studies. So at the end of the presentation, you sort of implied that you're going to be focusing on the study on Hyomhan. So I was very glad that he will be the first or one of the first people who will present the scholarly world the study focused on Hyomhan itself. I was wondering, is there any serious interest among Japanese scholars or scholars in Japan to focus on this phenomena in a global context? So it would be very interesting to hear more about it. My last point is that I was given your presentation slide rather than the full paper, so I was glad that it took me a little time to read over. But I was wondering, because you dealt with from enka to K-pop in a sort of one thread. Maybe you might wanna, during your responding time, you might wanna highlight the difference between the enka period and K-pop period, because to me, enka period is not really cultural export or cultural exchange. It's just a purely market size difference. I mean, Korea during the enka export period was substantially different from Korea during Hallyu, contemporary Korea. Those two countries are very different from in terms of market size or in terms of cultural industry perspective. So I wonder if putting enka and then K-pop and things like that in a one thread is I don't know if it's a wise treatment of that lineage. It's because it's a much more substantial difference between those periods, and of course you might want to highlight more on the difference in platforms. Because the platforms really do make difference, and platforms and algorithms have intentions and minds of their own. So those two periods might be fundamentally different in terms of many aspects. So you might want to highlight that in your response, and that'll be very helpful to me to fully grasp the meaning of your paper. Postscript, to make a rhyme with your presentation's ending remark, I have to confess I love J-pop, and that's the Seiko was my teen idol. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for your most interesting and also very entertaining presentation. It was really fascinating because I love J-pop myself. We all do. So mine is kind of a very, let's say, very simple and straightforward. And I really loved the way you show the interesting, complex relationship between Japanese and Korean music industries. And here you kind of focus on the enka and the idol pop, more specifically, not just a J-pop, but idol pop. So did any other genres, such as Japanese rock, or visual K, or Japanese hip hop and punk, or this, do they play any role in this Japanese-Korean kind of transnational development? That's kind of my small question. And there's kind of another small question is that in connection to enka, there were quite a before the Korean enka singers in Lee Sung-ye and so on and so forth. There was the Taiwan-born the enka singer Teresa Teng, who was really popular from 1973 to about mid-80s. Now she's born again through AI. So, so in a way, I mean, the Taiwan, it has a lot to do with inter-Asian kind of connection again, going back to Professor Cho's paper. Was a Taiwanese singer who was really popular in Japan, and then it was taken over by Korean and so on and so forth. So in a way, it is a very kind of trans-Asian the music genre. Whereas idol pop, I'm wondering if at all is it possible for us to think about orderless the pop as kind of orderlessness which Iwabuchi presented. So whereas enka, it is a very Asian kind of pop, and idol pop, including J-pop and K-pop, and so K-pop become even more orderless than J-pop to some extent. So I'm wondering if this is the kind of the Japanese music industry is kind of pursuing from more Japanese to kind of more global, that in this case the K-pop show the show how they could do it, how they can make it orderless. Because it's a Korean K-pop, but at the same time, it includes everything. So this is kind of more like the question which I would like to ask, but actually this kind of question which is more difficult to answer because you can't really kind of put the finger on. So I just want to ask what you think of this kind of the open question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your two professors' excellent questions, and I'm really honored, and I was really glad that because what I wanted to say is it's not just about the story of Hallyu, right? It's about the story of Japan itself, the interactions and hybridities, and so I'm so glad. And from Professor Kim, I got really excellent questions, and yes, there was actually since 1970s there was huge publication boom of Japanese discourse or Japanese society wrong. They always wanted to ask what or who is Japanese. So and how we means Japanese is being seen by the others, especially the Western, right? So the attitude toward the world is very strict, and there is a very strict hierarchy, and even in the world of popular music, right? So as you know, the Sakai Naoki said, there's something like the whiteness they always been imagined. And especially in the 1970s and the 80s, Japan, especially Tokyo, was the center of the world in the East Asian region. That's why many of Korean singers went to the song festivals in Tokyo by Yamaha, right? So there was the kind of cultural order in the era of Gaeokyoku. So those orders and hierarchies was so strict before K-pop emerged in 2000s, because even when the structure of popular music in Japan has changed a lot from Gaeokyoku to J-pop, the order or hierarchy has not changed a lot. It was just selection and concentration from Gaeokyoku as just rock and pop, right? But another structure is the inside hierarchy between mass media and subculture, because in Korea, people felt the huge changes before and after the democratization in the late 1980s, right? It was a huge revolution. But in Japan, before and after the birth of J-pop, like Gaeokyoku or the city pop in the 1970s, it was very conservative revolution. It was very different from Korean examples. So that's why the enka was Gaeokyoku, and Masaseiko's song was Gaeokyoku, and idol's pop was really close to the very traditional music. So and what K-pop had affected on Japan was changed those very strict order or perception on themselves. So it was about how to imagine the world, how to imagine the East Asia or the relations between Asia and the West, or Japan and America. Even they listen to K-pop, their way to imagine that America has been changed. So it was a really important point, and that's why many of sociologists in Japan said that before 1970 was post-war, and after the 1970s it was post-war. Post-Sengo. That's a huge changes. So we can see those changes from the world of popular music, and from Professor of course, Japanese hip hop was introduced in Japanese society earlier than Korea in the 1980s, But it was always subculture, not the central, the music, because there was a strict order between the center and periphery. So though the K-pop, what K-pop has changed was not just the center. They changed the peripheral order. So that's why these days on TikTok, many of Japanese hip hop has huge, the movement in the Japanese fandom, and Teresa Tan, who who was the big the issue in the 1970s. She debuted as an idol from Taiwan and failed. Then she become the enka musician. That's why I talked about Jo Young-pil. So the most important part is from Japan, and through the old the decolonized, they started to change their perception and even emotion, or how to imagine the world. It really is strict, and it was constructed through the 20th century, over 100 years. This is what I wanted to say today. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for presentation discussions. Luckily, we saved 10 minutes for final Q&A. So, ladies, everyone. So I thought that the Grace first. So yeah.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the session. My questions are for Professor Kim. I learned so much from your talk. Thank you so much. I had two questions. One is about the HYBE group N Team, and then also the JYP group Niju. For those of you who don't know about this, these are two Japanese groups put out by K-pop companies with mostly Japanese members, but not 100%. I'm wondering how they're being perceived. Are they a K-pop group, J-pop group, mixture, so forth? And then second, related question is, what are the language preferences for people, K-pop consumers in Japan? Do they prefer the songs in Japanese and English, both, Korean? Just very curious, because I know nothing about Japan, Japanese consumption. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this. It's a really important question, because it was related to the relations between center and periphery. Because even the J-pop and JYP and Sony made the Niju, the center was television broadcasting. The Nihon Nihon Television. It was established in the 1954 with the NHK, the same period. So that's why one of them who got the prize, the 101, they denied to be called K-pop group. But Niju want to be one of K-pop groups for their globalization. And language is very important, because what can I say? The audience who just enjoy K-pop through TV, of course they want to listen to the K-pop in Japanese language, right? But many fans who wanted to want their groups to be global star, they wanted to listen, they always want to listen to the Korean lyrics, and when the NHK or the broadcasting, they broadcasted like Suga or BTS song was broadcasted in Korean language. They really got this huge phenomenon in Japan, and so language is really important, because in Japan there's long history of zainichi, right? So they always care the language, like the Koshien baseball in the game. There's school song. It was in Korean. So that's why, and of course in Korea and Japan, is always want to listen to music in their domestic language, right? So this is very complicated. But the important thing is the way to imagine the globalization in Japan has been changed through the lyrics or the attitude or fashion even on the television. Thank you very much.
So we have two more questions. One, if I'm not incorrect, Spencer Lee and the Melrose Wang. So Spencer Lee first. Yeah, you first.
Thank you so much for these wonderful talks.
wonderful talks. I came away with many questions, but I'd like to ask one that pertains specifically to Hallyu and Korean studies as practiced overseas, which I think will matter to many of the scholars assembled in the room. And I'd like to ask about the possibility that Hallyu may be permanent. Korean studies as practiced overseas may not, or may not yet be. So in the sense that, in a sense, the Ryu part of Hallyu may be a misnomer insofar as these cultural gains, so it may not be a trend. So I think that it's possible so that the successes of the past decade plus for Korean culture globally may simply be now so consolidated as to be permanent. And the aftermath of Hallyu simply is continued Korean presence on the world stage indefinitely. But that seems to me very different from the infrastructure of Korean studies as practiced overseas. So where there are still many positions that don't exist at universities. To take a drastic example, until recently, Yale University, from which I just graduated, had no full-time professor dedicated to Korean studies at all. And that had been the case for the past century. This raises the question, if you are, to address the concerns of Professor Cho Young-han's paper, a young student interested in Korean culture in Mumbai or Nigeria or Moscow, where are you turning to engage with Korean culture? So even some of the best endowed institutions are only now turning around to making positions in Korean studies permanent. And how might we, as Korean scholars, go about ensuring, so as Japanologists and Japanese culture did over a century ago, so that popular interest in culture translates into sustained institutional presence for Korean studies over the long term?
Can I have the answer to your question too?
Actually, my question kind of nicely dovetails your question as well. It is directed to Professor Cho and Professor Park, who's not here. But it's actually, if I can just pitch something really quickly, I'm looking for a manuscript, one or two manuscripts that are dealing with this issue of decolonizing Korean studies. It's going to be published through Asia Network Exchange sometime next year. So if anybody has a paper, please let me know. But on this point of decolonization, I want to see if we can have a more kind of global conversation where we're addressing a couple of things. One of the things is, how does Hallyu interrogate the issue of settler colonialism? And then how does Hallyu interrogate the issue of land sovereignty? So those are two things that then I think bring us into conversation with decolonization scholars in the Americas, in Oceania, and other places. And if we can think about that, perhaps with the connection between soft power and hard power, and what Hallyu does in negotiating those forms of power, that might be one way of doing it. But I just wanted to see if anybody here, and especially Professor Cho, has a thought on that.
Okay, yeah, so
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer two related questions. It's about the package of Korean study in the foreign country, particularly in the US and European country, where the area study has been born and developed a lot. And yeah, all of us have sensed that there are big transformation in Korean studies from the more kind of the more historic perspective, include literature, history, and language, to the more contemporary works. And probably this place and this kind of event, even the big project, has been initiated by the political scientists and social scientists who want more put emphasis on the contemporary issues, and the topics should be more highlight, even not only in Korean context, but also by the European or American university in the institutional level. So, because I work in the Korean context, it's very hard to how to locate the kind of the transformation made possible. But it is sure that the Hallyu becomes kind of the big promoter for area studies scholar, not only Korean studies, but also East Asian scholar pay attention to the more contemporary changes and exchange among the people and society in the contemporary level. So in this sense, it's a kind of the, in a more humane way, I think inter-Asia collaboration is necessary in the area studies and East Asian study in the US and particular in the US and foreign universities. There will be some more kind of the collaborated kind of more collaboration among scholars, among Asian, between the Korean, Japanese, or Chinese scholar with exchange of their knowledge for the past history to the more contemporary thing.
Okay, so I think that we have only 1 minute. So maybe at the end, the chair of the session, I may say that the Korean wave is always in crisis. Over the past 30 years, the Korean, the scholars, the foreign scholars say, oh, where is the Korean wave going? So Korean, the pop music, the dramas are disappearing, so on and so forth. But it has passed 30 years. So Korean wave started in 1994, 1993. We are going to prosper. The reason is that unlike other countries' popular culture, Korean wave has very unique stance because it's not only K-pop, it's not only Korean drama, it's not only film, but webtoon, digital culture, digital technology together. So they work together and one after another to make their bigger scale, and therefore Korean wave is not in crisis but in prosper. That's the first thing. Secondly, in terms of our structure, I think the committee is great because they put K-pop by grace first. And there are several presenters yesterday, including Shin Hong-chul, Son Yu-kyung, talked about narratives, the storytelling. Today we are talking about Hallyu and followed by popular music. So popular culture is kind of the cornerstone in combining several subjects. Therefore, we are talking about not only the first international conference for the contemporary Korean studies, but we are finding new kind of the subject to work together. That's the popular culture. Thanks so much.
수고하셨습니다. 너무 멋졌어요. 진 교수님 너무 멋졌습니다. 아니, 시간이 2분 넘었는데 선생님 코멘트가 너무 멋있어서 제가 못 들었습니다. 너무 좋았습니다. 네, 좋았습니다. 교수 이제 하나만 남았어요. 너무 힘들죠? 박수 좀. 그랬구나.
그런지도 몰랐고 또 혼자가 아니야. 조교님이 무슨 재겠어요. 조교님이 무슨 재겠어. 고생이지.
You clippers, so how do I do it?
You can use this one.
So this is
Forward,
just
backward, this one.
Okay, it's just
Yeah.
like this. And when I need to play, what do I do?
Yeah.
Like yeah, just this, yeah. The first, the next time.
Hold on. 저기 대표님, 우리 음향 체크 좀 해볼게요. Okay, play.
So how do I do
You can just
Well, I have
just
two.
press this button. Hold on. 음악 낮추고.
So I have two. So how does it work?
Yeah. Maybe
use it.
this one first, then second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll use this.
No. You can use this. When, okay. 괜찮아요. 지금 체크해봐야 될 것 같아요. 그래서.
So how do I do this?
예. 마지막.
Just
have the little bit kind of turtle in the middle because some of the have like a little bit seat. Hard to see the like the screen because some like the sides where the leg is a little hard to better image. I think we can test some of the slides that we can see right here. I think the middle.
한꺼번에 바꿔줘.
Much better. But I think it's much better to see that 유튜브를 틀면 거의
얼굴이 안 나와요. Your face will not can caught by the camera because it should be broadcasted to the all over the world.
So I can play now.
해볼게요.
우리 시작하죠 이제. 아직 준비가 안 됐죠. 시작하자 그래봐야 소용없지.
근데 여기 영상 파일이 홈페이지에 가서 안 나와가지고.
여기에 맞춰서 터져서
Okay. It's time for us to begin the next session. This is the last session. Please be seated. Let's begin. Dr. Song, let's begin.
Hello.
Professor Kwon, take seat, please.
Okay. We want to start our last session. Everyone, please sit down and stay tuned. Our last music session. So maybe we can join our roundtable session. If you want to talk more about, please calm down and and keep your patience until the last. So. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mingyong Son, PhD musicology, and I'm currently affiliated at Asian Music Research Institute. Thank you all for being here today, even if it's very hot, and for your attendance until this final session. I will be moderating here today, and also I will lead a discussion on the Contemporary Korean Music Research Network. The theme for our session is exploring contemporary Korean music, from traditional to classical to K-pop and everything in between, which will be further explained by Professor Anna H. Lu later today. And in our music session today, we are pleased to welcome 3 international scholars for their presentations. First, we have Professor Anna H. Lu from Seoul National University, followed by Professor Keith Howard from SOAS University of London, UK, and Professor Nancy Yuna Lau from Locust University in the United States. Our session will proceed as follows. First, we will watch a 10-minute video overview of our project presented by Professor Anna H. Lu. After her video, the other 2 presenters will each speak for 30 minutes, followed by a 20-minute Q&A and discussion session, which we invite all of the audience to actively participate in. Following that, I will introduce our first speaker, Professor Anna H. Lu. She is assistant professor in ethnomusicology in the Department of Korean Music since 2020. She completed her PhD on the traditional Korean song storytelling art form Pansori, titled Pansori Today, Reconciling Tradition and Creativity in Modern Society at SOAS, University of London. She is also active as a pansori teacher and performer both in Europe and in Korea, having been trained by National Intangible Cultural Property No. 5 disciples Min Hae-sung. She has published widely on the promotion and preservation of Korean traditional music, further exploring themes such as gender, fashion, and social media use amongst traditional musicians. So today, she will talk on overview of our collaborative project titled How Has Contemporary Korean Music Research Developed? Intercultural Korean Music Research, Korean Music in the World Traditional, Classical, Popular Music. Please join us in giving her a warm round of applause.
Hello, my name is Anna H. Lu. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Korean Music here at Seoul National University, as well as the head of the Contemporary Korean Music Research Team. As such, it's my great pleasure to take this moment to talk to you about the work that we've been doing. Unfortunately, I'm not able to present that to you in person, but I wanted at least like this through video to greet you. Thank you all for being here, as well as thanking both our collaborators and our 2 presenters here today for the work that they've been doing so far. So let me talk you through what we've been doing. First things first, where did we come from? How did we start out with the research that we've been doing? So a lot of research obviously has been done for a long time regarding Korean music. We can go back at least to the 15th century with the Akak Kebom, if not even earlier. What has, however, emerged over time is that the various different disciplinary strands of research on Korean music have tended to develop rather separately, and there hasn't been that much interdisciplinary exchange over time. Because music research is an area that's often quite strongly underrepresented in Korean studies conferences, there is really a need for these different disciplinary approaches to come together, to interact, to share information, and as such to strengthen the research that they've been doing. So this is what we've been hoping to do. We've got a starting point here with the groups that we have with us, which will hopefully develop further in the future. But as of now, the group that we have coming together are scholars and practitioners covering areas of research in traditional Korean as well as Western classical and popular music, using musicological, ethnomusicological, anthropological, practice-based, to name but a few, research methods in their work. And as will become very important and apparent, I think, is that we can't define Korean music as being limited just to Korean borders. In fact, we very actively try to avoid that in the group of researchers we've put together. So these diasporic and international experiences being very important to how we think about Korean music, and also to make sure we're not staying stuck in our ivory tower, but we've also included insights from not just exclusively academic viewpoints, but from practitioners as well, to provide as wide and broad a possible perspective as we can for starting point in terms of this discussion. So it's very difficult to find overarching headings for these various areas of research that we're looking at. I have chosen 3 potential subheadings as of now, but these may shift as we continue our discussions, and this is part of the joy of what we've been doing with our research, that we can see how they fit together in a variety of different ways. So the first subheading that I've got is looking at expanding the boundaries of Korean music research. And this is both in a methodological sense as well as in a geographical sense as well. So I'll talk about our presenter, Keith Howard, a bit more in a moment. For now, to introduce our other collaborators, I myself am looking at changing perceptions of gender in new Changguk performances, Changguk being traditional Korean singing pansori-derived modern musical theatre. Our next contributor, Roald Maliankai from Australian National University, provides very fascinating research on playback formats and how the physical culture of music consumption can affect concepts of legitimacy in Korean music enthusiasm. From a more conceptual expansion of boundaries, we move into a geographic expansion of boundaries, where we have Donnelly Kwon from the University of Kentucky, looking at strategies of sustainability in Korean drumming scenes in the United States. We then have Chorong Sung from SOAS in London, looking at the Korean music scene in the UK, how it has developed, how perceptions of Korea and its music have developed over time. And then in mainland Europe, we have Han Yu-mi, the head of the K-Vox Festival in Paris, who is looking from the perspective of now the 21st century at process of creating a pansori audience in France. Our next subheading that we have is the concepts of interculturality and transnationalism, which has been an area of interest for quite a few of our contributors. Again, I will take more time to introduce our second speaker after this general introduction. Other contributors in this category, we have Woo Hee-suk, also my colleague here at Seoul National University, who's looking in broader conceptual terms at interculturality in contemporary Korean music. And then we also have Soo Min-kyung from Harvard University, who is looking at concepts of transnationality and ideas what exactly composition or collaboration or innovation can mean, looking particularly at 21st century Korean female performers' compositions in the US. Then our final area of research, as I have summarized it so far, is looking at music and cultural policy. And this is both in the international sense as well as the impact on the Korean music scene locally here within Korea as well. So our first collaborator in this category is Kim Hee-sun from Kookmin University, who gives a historical overview looking at the global Cold War and how Korean music was used in cultural policy during this time, and how the experiences of that time still very much color what is being done in cultural policy today. Sidebrao Saiji from Busan National University looks at the popular music scene and how traditional music and culture holders are potentially sidelined by the current cultural policy strategies that very much make use of pop stars for promoting Korean culture. Finally, we have Kim Ho-jung from Jungang Daily, who gives a perspective from her long experience reporting on the Korean music scene of how the competition circuit impacts the potential for development and promotion and activity amongst Korean classical musicians within Korea. So quickly to summarize a couple of the emerging themes just from the headlines alone, obviously more to follow as our discussions continue to develop over time. I've already mentioned this. I think this is very much the most important point of what we're seeing so far, is that Korean music cannot be spoken of as only taking place within Korea, nor is it something that's being done only by Koreans. And this is something we very much need to think about and explore in terms of what that means for Koreanness as a whole. Now, there's a very clear interest in many researchers amongst concepts of transnationalism and interculturalism as various collaborative performances have taken place. And also a growing consciousness of the power dynamics involved here, which I think will be a very interesting area for future discussion. Obviously, in general, as Korean music research is maturing, we're seeing a much wider range of topics and this interdisciplinary overlap, which is what we're really trying to achieve through this project. One example of that is perhaps the exploration of traditional music's interaction with the Western classical music scene. So, for example, how concepts of composition and so on are being problematized through this interaction of different musical cultures. And so I'm hoping that this will become the starting point for more constructive discussion in both the Korean music scene and wider Korean studies as a whole. Now, I want to take the remaining time to quickly introduce our presenters. Our first presenter is Keith Howard, who is a professor emeritus at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. And he's going to be using his more than 40 years researching traditional Korean music for his presentation, Shifts and Stasis in the Promotion of Kugak, Observing and Interacting with the Korean Traditional Music World, 1979 to 2024. And he uses his experience of this long time looking at traditional Korean music to explore changing trends both in what is considered the scope of Kugak as well as what is considered appropriate methodology for researching it. So thank you very much, and we're very much looking forward to hearing his presentation. And then our second presenter, Nancy Yunha Rao, is a distinguished professor at the Mason Gross School of the Arts at Rutgers University. Now, she's very influential in her research on cross-cultural music, which is also what she's talking about with us today. But she's also well known for research in musical modernism, early Chinese American music history, and many more. So her presentation is titled Classicism and Inter-Asian Collaboration in Contemporary Music. And she will be exploring 2 case studies evoking Asia's shared classical past in 21st century musical language. And you can see there are the 2 case studies there. So we're very much looking forward to very different approaches, touching on very different topics to showcase at least some of the diversity of Korean music research. So thank you very much to our presenters. Thank you to you for being here and listening to us today. And I look forward to many fruitful discussions in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ye-Lu, for providing a very detailed and clear overview of our entire project, and also introduce 2 presenters instead of me. And now let's move on to Professor Howard. And Professor Howard, we talk about shift and status in the promotion of Kugak, observing and interacting with Korean music from 1979 throughout 2024. Let's extend our warm welcome and appreciation with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. So I'm not talking about contemporary Korea, really. I'm going back to tradition. But I start by saying that I'm dedicating this talk to the memory of my PhD student, Alex Leonzini, who was studying as a fellow at the Kyujangak, just over here, went out of touch on the 1st of August, and her body was found last week. She was a very promising scholar working on North Korean music, particularly revolutionary opera, from Perth, Australia. Her family are here in Seoul, working on repatriating her body. So, I first encountered, my talk is because Kugak is being promoted as part of Korea Today, and last month, Paragraph 1 of the National Kugak Promotion Act stipulated how traditional music, dance, and plays should be promoted in the future. A Kugak Expo is planned for the beginning of next year, an international expo. And so the question is, how can the Kugak world not just be Kugak from the past, but develop the vitality of Kugak in Korea and abroad in the future? My first encounter with Kugak was in 1979 at the Durham Oriental Music Festival, a festival held 3 times, 76, 79, 82, set up by a musicologist who was interested in Indonesian music, Eric Taylor, and run as secretary by Keith Pratt, then a lecturer in Chinese, who'd visited Korea in 1972, and he'd been so impressed by the generosity of leading Korean musicians that Korea became a major part of the Durham Oriental Music Festival. And in fact, it was one of the first profiling of Kugak to the Western world. In 1979, I was a composer, but I was a student helper tasked with assisting visiting Korean musicians, one of whom was Han Man-yong. You can see him there. He was an invited lecturer. And then in 1982, Lee Hae-gu, 1908 to 2010, attended and was awarded an honorary doctorate by Durham University. Now, the Oriental Music Festival stood at a sort of nexus of British and European engagement with other musics. Now, by the late 1970s, essentially musicology had started to shift, long centered on Western classical music and on the analysis of musical structures and forms. It began to fracture essentially as sociologists, anthropologists, and media specialists turned to popular music study. At the same time, the more Orientalist forms of scholarship had begun to be challenged by ethnomusicologists who argued the need to understand social, cultural, and geographical forces. record labels had long labeled, say, African music or Asian music as something almost comical. But that changed in the 1970s as some really wonderful ethnographic recordings came out, such as the two on the left, the bottom one from Bali, particularly the Bali Kechak, and then Tibetan Buddhism. Indian music was known, but not many other musics. But by the late 1970s, these were being taken as things to be studied, to be looked at, to be explored. For those of you who know something like Keith Jarrett, just as by way of an extension, if you listen to his Cologne concert and then go away and listen to Ravi Shankar, you'll see a huge connection. So it was there. And my composition teacher at the time, David Lumsdaine, required me to listen to those two albums and essentially to try to get me out of my Western thinking. At the same time, Robert Provine discovered my interest in other sound worlds and introduced me to Kugak. So the Oriental Music Festival essentially promoted distinctiveness, high watermarks, classical and historical traditions, and Kugak was a very good fit. But neoliberalism and populism was challenging this. And so in 1982, the last of the three festivals, that was when the first WOMAD, the World of Music and Arts and Dance Festival, was launched. And in 1982, the musicians of the Nile, there on the top left, went to Durham and then travelled down to WOMAD. But at WOMAD, not just or instead of the sort of high watermark classical musics, WOMAD featured people like Don Cherry and pop groups, Echo and the Bunnymen, Simple Minds. So, if I reflect back on 45 years, European and North American musicology has seen remarkable shifts and changes. It's changed in many ways beyond expectations. But Kugak, and more precisely the paradigmatic methodology for Kugak research, Kugak-hak or Kugak-iron, remains much as it was. Now, the methodology, Kugak-hak, was largely developed by Lee Hae-gu. And Lee, he knew German Musikwissenschaft and comparative musicology and some Japanese musicology, but he was actually an English literature graduate. And in the 1930s, he was a producer for the Keijo Broadcasting Company, the radio station set up by the Japanese colonialists. And in that job, he met and produced many Kugak musicians. And so his research methodology matched the foreign to a Confucian, Korean Confucian respect for history. It was nationalistic but also modern. And his methodology has five main elements. There they are. Translating and annotating historical texts, notating court music from both the past and the present, comparing historical sources to determine origins, development and change, defining musical parameters, mode, rhythm, this sort of thing, and aesthetics. On the right, the first collection of his papers, Hangogumak Yongu from 1957. 2 years after that was produced, that book, here at Seoul National, the first Kugak degree was set up, 1959. And Lee Hae-gu was in charge of it, and he worked with senior musicians from what we now know as the Kugagwan, the National Kugak Center, Song Yong-nin, Chang Se-hun, Kim Chun-hun, members of what had been founded in 1948, the Hanguk Kugak Hakwe, and surprisingly, someone called Hwang Byung-gi, who many of you will have heard of. He'd actually majored in law at SNU, not music, but while he was studying, he also studied sanjo and to perform a genre of Kugak. Now, at that time, people from the Kugagwan didn't have degrees, so they couldn't become permanent lecturers here, faculty members. Hence, Hwang Byung-gi was appointed as a lecturer in Kugak. And today, the multiple Kugak degree programs in South Korea retain much of the Seoul National curriculum and much of the methodology for studying Kugak, because most were set up by Lee's students or by students of his students. There was, at that point, a lot of similarity between what I'm going to call historical ethnomusicology, after a paper by Richard Willis from 1992, and Kugak study. And the historical ethnomusicology was led in Harvard University by Rulan Xiaopian. One of her students was Robert Provine. And at Cambridge University, it was led by Lawrence Pickin, one of his students who studied Korea and later became a Buddhist and ran a bakery and various other things, was Jonathan Condit. So Robert Provine, well, first of all, Jonathan Condit in 1976 gave a lecture at the Durham Oriental Music Festival. And a year later, both he and Lawrence Pickin wrote papers on the right there for Chang Sa-hun, the scholar and musician, his 60th birthday festschrift. At Durham University, Robert Provine was appointed in 1978 as a lecturer to work with Keith Pratt, and you can see some of their works. So Provine writing about the sacrifice to Confucius. So it obviously goes back to Sejong's time, and the treatise on ceremonial music in the Annals, of King Sejong. He also translated essays by Lee Hae-gu, which is the book on the right that came out in 1981, and Provine's main book is about early sources for Korean ritual music. Keith Pratt, as a lecturer in Chinese, had gone back to the 11th century and the exchange of music and instruments and musicians and dancers, incidentally, from the Chinese song court in 1114 and 1116. So, that's fine, but there's also different approaches between the historical ethnomusicologists and what Kugak specialists were doing. So East Asian scholars are primarily concerned with a tradition retained or rediscoverable today, and they explore historical records to substantiate contemporary practice. But historical ethnomusicologists tend to regard their research as simply historical. So Lawrence Pickin, in the introduction to the first volume of Music from the Tang Court, criticized the eminent Japanese musicologist Hayashi Kenzo, who, he wrote, found it difficult, if not impossible, to escape from the performance tradition as it survives today. In contrast, Pickin says, our method is the study and transcription of the earliest sources, deliberately ignoring the living tradition and performance practice of today. Condit, Jonathan Condit, in an analysis of 4 versions of the court orchestral piece, Yomelak, which is to do with the poetry composed with the founding of Hangul, criticized Lee Hae-gu, whose own study of Yomelak, he stated, is problematic in that it interprets all the scores according to the modern reading of the menstrual notation. Now, the difference is critical here because the Kugak scholars were trying to establish Kugak as something for Korea today. And if we look at, these are translations obviously in English, of Lee Hae-gu's approach to what he was doing, these are beautiful statements about what music is. Just look at the first one. Music which is slow to this extent requires a special hand technique, just as in the case of drawing huge strokes with a writing brush in gigantic calligraphy. Or one thinks of music like the tolling of a bell in a distant Buddhist monastery. Taepyeongga, a vocal duet singing of the harmony in Elysium. The lyrical shijo, like a swelling wave. Dignified court music, like a mountain with its peak shining serene in the in the sun above the cloud of passion. They have different functions. Not surprisingly, or perhaps it was surprisingly, Kugak has had considerable success here, or Kugak-hak, the study of Kugak. By 1981, Song Bang-song, the Korean with the best ever name for a musicologist, Song Bang-song, he could cite 1,278 publications on Kugak. By 1985, there had been 199 dissertations, Soksa MA dissertations. 64% were on court music. But the success of Kugak and Kugak-hak came partly because of the study of Kugak here at SNU and at other universities, partly because of the National Kugak Center, which remains, I think, the largest sort of state-supported institute for national music, certainly in Asia. And thirdly, because Korea from the 1960s onwards appointed intangible cultural properties, 무형문화재, or now national heritages. Now this is significant because if you think of North Korea, Kugak is not important. So you could see the two Koreas going in separate directions, but it was not inevitable that traditional music and what we associate with Kugak today would remain in a present Korea. And there's a quote there from the director of the Isangyun Music Institute, who I interviewed in 1990. Art should reflect the current times and has a duty to lead people into the future. But Kugak was actually founded on something else. It was founded on something back in the 1920s. And I'm going to skip over this. It's relevant, but it's difficult to explain. But what a lot of people call a sort of loose grouping, the Munhwa Undong, the cultural nationalists, from which we get the Iguangsu treaties, but also the development of Korean folklore with people like Che Nam-son, Lee Nung-hwa, Son Jin-hae, and Song Sok-ha. Now, why I don't want to go into that very much is because Kugak started out, and the whole methodology is based on court music. Court music in a broader context, chongak, which means court and aristocratic or literati music. Intriguingly, Kugak has never become a commercial thing. Despite what people will tell you, it is not commercialized. Never has been. I've just got some statistics here from 2014, when the South Korean government provided about $48 million for subsidy for the year. And in the same year, look at the amount it subsidized the National Theatre, $29 million roughly. And the National Theatre was home to the National Opera Company, the Kungnip Changgukdam, the National Dance Company, the Kungnip Muyongdan, and the National Kugak Orchestra, the Kungnip Kugak Kwanhyonakdan. In the same year, the government also subsidized 2 schools for training Kugak people before university, the middle and high schools, which were originally set up by the National Center in 1954, so Kugak Yangsongso. Now, 1981 was when I first came to Korea, and that year was when the International Folk Music Council, now called the International Council for Traditional Music and Dance, held its World Congress here, the first time it had ever held a Congress in Asia, anywhere. It was founded in London in 1949, but the local arrangements chair was Han Man-yong. So, a week before the conference, the English editor who'd been hired to help Kugak scholars prepare their papers for the conference walked out. And I was here, not doing that, I was learning Changanori. But I was asked to step in, which is a wonderful way to find out about Kugak Iron or Kugak Hak, because I had to help the scholars with their papers, edit their papers, but then rehearse with them, because they were all going to present in English. We have Lee Hae-gu and Chang Sa-hun, the original scholars, if you like, and then the first generation of students to graduate from Seoul National, Lee Chae-suk, Kwon Ha-sung, Kim Chong-ja, Lee Byung-won, and Song Bang-song. Now, the 2 central musicologists, Lee and Chang, Robert Provine, in his article on what is Korean music, says, they focused on court music due to the richness of untapped source materials and personal preferences. That's in their background. And actually, if you look at the 1950s, Kugak was court music. Here's one of the early films by Kim Ki-young, Yangsando from 1955. If you listen to the soundtrack is primarily court music. And yet the story is about rural Korea in the 19th century, where typical story of the son of the Yangban wants to court the beautiful woman who is in love with the poorest man in the village. Now, that sort of thing. So let's just reflect on that for a moment, because Koreans in the 1950s, early 1950s, didn't know court music. The court had been closed to them. And most Koreans came from the working class, the peasantry, etc. Pieces that are there from Yongsan Huesang, the suite, and Chonyeon Manse related to it, Suryongum for Tanso and Senghwang, Chongsonggok for solo Taegum. Now, someone somewhere recognized there was a problem. It's in the poster, but the problem was that people would not know that music. They would want something else. And so, whether it was the director or someone else, I do not know, but two folk musicians were brought in. One was Kim Hyun-dok, pictured there playing both the Kaegum and Kumungo, the two zithers, and the other was a pansori singer, Park Cho-wol. And Park Cho-wol just sings twice, and very short episodes, halfway through and at the end. And since we've lost the end of the film, you can't go away and hear her. But okay, so that was more familiar. And if we think what happened to Kugak scholarship, well, the students, the first generation of students and students beyond that, started to broaden what they were looking at. Han Man-yong studied Buddhist music for his PhD and is known for his work on folk songs. Lee Jae-suk, Sanjo, Kwaneo-song, folk songs, court music, North Korean music, the court and literati music, the Chong-up from Kim Jong-ja, and Buddhist music and aesthetics from Lee Byung-won. However, the broadening of Kugak was already in place when the Seoul National Degree started in 1959. And it was in place for a slightly curious reason. And the reason is because performance students had to match what Western instrumental students, performance students, were doing. So if you were studying the piano or the violin, and still today, and some of you will have children who do this, or you will have done it, you'll learn a bit of Bach, Baroque. You'll learn some Beethoven, classical. And you'll learn some modern, 20th century, Debussy or something like that. So for Kugak, the performance thing had to be Chongak, Minsogak, folk music, and contemporary music. New traditional music, Changjak Kugak, which unfortunately hardly existed. And so composers were recruited to create pieces for the performers, and as the performers became professionals or faculty of other universities, for them in their yearly recitals. You got the beginning of a circular mode of exchange, if you like, which avoided the commercial aspect. But Kugak needed to be promoted, and so it became a concert culture. And we can see the statistics here that in the 1950s, there were only 55 concerts listed anywhere. In the 1960s, that went up to 130. In the 70s, 109. And then it exploded in 1981 because of the International Folk Music Council Congress and other things, but there were 81 events or concerts. If we look forward to the 90s, 1992, the yearbook lists 2,048 events. 1998, I haven't put these together, but it's 4,500 events or something like that. So a massive explosion in the amount of Kugak that was available. To supply that, the National Kugak Center had to rethink its policy. As a successor to court institutes that go back at least to the 8th century in various formats. In 1953, temporarily they brought in Kim Hyun-dok, and later he went back, so for Sanjo, if you like. 1973 was when they brought in the first pansori singer onto their staff, and that was Park Dong-jin, who died in 2003, known for the full-length pansoris from the mid-1960s, and also a new pansori called The Song of Jesus. If anyone wants to ask me, I will tell you why he became a Christian. It's a wonderful story. Then in 1984, quite curiously, they brought in samonori. And samonori, as many of you will know, is a genre that only premiered in South Korea in 1978. May go back in terms of a lot of its musical constructs. And when they brought Samonori Inn, they had some trouble because many of the Samonori's 4 percussionists, 3 refused to join. They had been part of demonstrations against the government, the military government. 1 did, Kim Yong-bae. And he had to have other musicians who came to join him from the center staff. It didn't work. And the first Samonori group there was much of a disaster, basically. And 2 years later, he committed suicide. And finally, Kugak brought in what tends to be called Kugak fusion, fusions of East and West, particularly pop fusions. And you can see it's 1999. So Kugak as a concept is broadening. But as it broadens, so some of the scholars and the musicians get concerned. Han Man-yong, for instance, he gets concerned for a different reason. He didn't get a job in academia to start with, so he went into KBS, where he's a producer, particularly for folk song programs. In 1974, he's one of the only musicians I know who appears on a national postage stamp. There it is on the right, playing an instrument that he couldn't play. Never mind. For many years, he was a member of the Cultural Properties Committee, appointing or recommending for appointment the intangible cultural properties. But he became a Christian in 1978, after he recovered from throat cancer. And that gave him a problem with looking at Buddhist music, folk songs, shaman music. The quote at the bottom, "We have a healthy cultural heritage, but we have also chosen to preserve traditions that, to my mind, are not so healthy." You can think of the rest there and see it there. Shaman rituals can be kept in documents or films and archives. I think this is enough. Interesting. Kugak Hak, the study of Kugak, had to broaden. And from court music, the same 5 elements were put into folk music. But to start with, when we look at the earliest Kugak scholars writing about folk songs, Lee Hae-gu, for instance, they analyze recordings. They don't go and record them themselves. They don't go into the countryside. Han Man-yong started to do that, but he was keen to analyze the modal constructions to delineate regional styles, rather like Taege and the famous distinctions of Koreans in the different parts of Korea. And he mapped those styles onto the dialect areas. Han also took what had been preserved as a Muyong Monaje in folk songs and folk styles as the authoritative inherited form, which may be very different from what was sung in the countryside, simply because the Muyong Monaje needs to be performed on stages. He also set up a folk song notation series with the Academy of Korean Studies, you can see at the bottom there, which enables analysis and comparison, but actually tends to remove ornamentation and melodic pitches that aren't in the preordained structures, the modal melodic structures. So on the right, just 2 quotes, one from Han Man-yong, who writes that he corrects his folk song transcriptions because of the wide margin of acceptable pitches. In other words, the singers can get it wrong. And Kwon Oh-sung says much the same. He simplified his transcriptions because the singers he recorded weren't professional singers, and so they sang with undifferentiated ornamentation. Okay, let me just come to Sanjo as another element of this broadening. And one of the first people who is important here is Lee Jae-suk. On the left is her recording of the 6 major Sanjo schools, which she did as she retired. In 1948, a book came out by a former director of the Court Institute called Ham Hwa-jin, in which he said that Sanjo was invented by Kim Chang-jo. There he is. Kim Chang-jo died before any recordings could be made. So how do you get to a Sanjo history? Well, one way is through his relatives. In the 1930s, Kim Juk-pa had appeared on KBS radio, Japanese colonial one, in programs produced by Lee Hae-gu, so he knew her. She then married and was forced to give up performance, and only came back to the stage after the death of her second husband in about 1977, 78. I'd need to check that. But when Lee Jae-suk was studying at Seoul National here with Lee Hae-gu, Lee Hae-gu told her, well, I know this person. She's wonderful. Go and see if you can study with her. And so we got a continuation from the first generation, the founder, through the second generation, to beyond the third generation. It was actually the third generation that gave us the first people appointed within the Muyeongmunhaje system. Kim Yun-dok was one of them, who we've seen on the film and things. And this came from Kim Chang-jo through the second generation who had recorded, and two people in particular, An Ki-ok, Chong Nam-hee, normally considered his students, although Chong actually learned from An. The problem for South Koreans was that both An Ki-ok and Chong Nam-hee had settled in North Korea. And so their names couldn't be mentioned until after No Mu-hyun came to power. No Tae-woo, sorry. 1980s, 1988, and so on. So, Koreans were reliant on third-generation performers, one of whom was Kim Yun-dok. Kim Yun-dok was the person who taught Hwang Byung-gi. So beyond the third generation. So the third generation was appointed, and the Sanjo schools come from there. However, Hwang Byung-gi, in 1990, led a delegation of South Korean musicians and dancers to North Korea, where he was given cassette recordings of Chong Nam-hee performing a couple of years before he died in what was then the Pyongyang Music and Dance College. And so, for Hwang Byung-gi, the third generation becomes less important, and he throws Kim Yun-dok, his teacher, out from his story to create what he called the Chong Nam-hee Che Hwang Byung-gi Ryu, so the Hwang Byung-gi school in the style of Chong Nam-hee. So Kugak research, when it comes to folk music, becomes slightly stretched, and there are a number of different interpretations that can be placed on things. Now, I notice that the Kugak research methodology has remained very much intact. There's just, from 2015, examples of 6 recent master's theses. I've gone through 86 master's theses finished here between 2016 and 2024, and the same ideas, the same structural principles of Kugak research remain intact. Why is that a problem? Well, because musicology outside Korea and ethnomusicology has changed a lot. And what's happened is that a number of Korean scholars are saying that what we do in Korea is no longer the same as ethnomusicology. There are reasons why ethnomusicology has changed. As we go into the social, cultural, contextual things behind music making, which is what you do with Hallyu and many other things. You can see the sort of things that ethnomusicology has done, but here's a quote from the former director of the Asian Music Research Institute, the Dongyang Umak Yongguso, here in Seoul. Ethnomusicology, a term which Western scholars coined in the 1950s to denote the study of non-Western music, doesn't apply to the disciplines here. Kugak then, and the understanding of Kugak has been localized. And why is that a challenge? Well, one of the challenges is that Koreans who go abroad, who studied Kugak here, and go abroad to complete doctorates, struggle to secure academic positions when they return to Korea. And that's very different to Koreans who study Western music here, who go abroad to study for doctorates, who come back and they're in demand. I know there's certain people here who don't have full-time professorships, but it's easier there. So there's a mismatch there, which is harming the younger generation of scholars. It's also common in European and North American universities for the supervisors to see a Korean and say, you should study Korean music. And so we get students who are both Kugak specialists and Western music specialists doing theses on Korean music who struggle when they come back here. 30 years ago, Lee Kon-young, a member of the third generation of composers and latterly the president of the Korean National University of Arts, argued that all music performed by Koreans in Korea is Korean music. So Korean musicology, whether it's of what we might call K-classic or kugak, should be unified. There shouldn't be prejudice towards people working in one or the other area. And this challenges what the notion of kugak is. I've shown how it's broadened from court music to folk and to fusion, but if somebody studies, well, here are 3 papers just by one person, Youngwon, Hannah, Chung, just as examples. If somebody studies Protestantism and music, if somebody studies colonial circulations, classrooms, education and music, or how musicology in South Korea was influenced by people from North Korea coming down after 1945 and settling here, is that kugak or is it not? Is it related to kugak or is it something totally separate? Our fusions are AI or internet evolutions part of kugak. So can and should kugak remain separated from other Korean music in its study and practice? And can and should it remain separated from what ethnomusicologists are doing in much of the rest of the world? And with that, I come back to the National Kugak Promotion Act. If kugak is to be promoted as traditional music, dance, plays, which are unique artistic expressions of our people, as well as performing arts that are reinterpretations and recreations of these, what's the border? What counts and what doesn't? For the Kugak Expo, what counts and what doesn't? Not just here, but with an expo, and when you try to work in the international scene, how do you define what counts and what doesn't count of, say, music from Bulgaria, Romania, former Soviet Union? How do you put the things together? So, how can the Kugak world not just be something from the past, but develop the vitality of Kugak in Korea and abroad, today and in the future? Thank you.
Thanks for sharing your thorough research of the Korean researches of the cultural outsider, but I feel like a cultural insider perspective, and also providing a valuable insights into the evolution of Korean studies over such an extended period, and the Kugak 이론. If you have any question, please take notes into your question, and feel free to join in the Q&A session after second presentation. So I would introduce our final presenter that I would like to introduce is Professor Nancy Lau. She will speak classicism and inter-Asian collaboration in contemporary music. So let's give a warm welcome to Professor Lau.
Thank you. It's great to be here and learning so much these couple of days. And I didn't realize my work is going to be related to Hallyu, but it's great to know that actually there's a connection. I hope you will see that too. Okay, so I was going to try to see whether we can hear some music first. So let's see whether it works. Okay. The first one was too soft, we can't hear it, so the second one. So with that sound in your mind, let's consider some of the issues that I want to address today. In contemporary concert music, intercultural collaboration has grown extremely common. New creativity is sparkled by when people collaborate, and music, by the very nature, is an art form that often exists in conjunction with other people. Intercultural collaboration provides an opportunity, artistic vision, sonic possibilities, or simply physical space for musicians of diverse cultural background to interact, thereby mutually enriching and transforming each other's artistic work while creating new practice. Intercultural collaboration refers fundamentally to the interaction between people of ethnically and culturally diverse societies. However, there exists a varying degree of difference and distance between collaborators' starting points in language and culture. Therefore, to explore further, we can consider intercultural collaboration as a relative phenomenon depending on the degree of distance between the collaborators' language and cultures. This is particularly useful when we consider the uniqueness of intercultural collaboration in concert music. Shared aspects of culture and language are salient in the Asian region, and it can shape the unfolding of a collaboration in significant ways. The notion of Asian culture in this situation does not work as a static frames to define the collaboration. Rather, Asian cultures in the contemporary mode are formed and realized as the collaborative process unfolds and are interactional and dynamic in nature. Intercultural musical collaboration between groups that share a high degree of similarity allow their participants to reflect on their own artistic practices in unusual ways. By focusing on musicians participating in this intercultural, inter-Asia collaboration, particularly, this paper hopes to dissuade readers from assigning the notion of cultural misappropriation or borrowing to such collaboration. The charge of cultural appropriation has in recent years been broadly applied to situations involving the adoption of elements of one culture by members of another culture, whereby the cultural elements are used outside of their original context. Yet, culture is never static or fixed. It is always evolving, changing, and transcending borders of different kinds. Keeping culture neatly separated from each other is not feasible in the quickly globalizing world. As Edward Said noted, the history of all cultures is the history of cultural borrowing. Cultures are not impermeable. The critique of cultural appropriation, unfortunately, tend to solidify the boundaries between culture rather than demystifying stereotypes. The critique of cultural appropriation upholds them and disallows the possibility of porous relationship between cultures. This paper considered the inter-Asia collaboration, whereby the participant taking serious interest in each other's cultural beliefs, values, aesthetics, and practices, which provides the basis for innovative and creative projects that contribute to mutual flourishing of different cultural groups. A few words about the notion of inter-Asia is in order. Inter-Asia was developed in the 1990s as a field of study and began the publication of its own journal in 2000, Journal of Inter-Asia Studies. Based on the premise that there is no cultural or linguistic unity in this imaginary space called Asia, the founding editors aimed instead to look toward relatively similar historical experiences shared in Asia, and to contribute to the contribute to the integration of imagined Asia at the level of knowledge production. And here's the key point: knowledge production is at risk here, in order to escape from its definition by the West. This term, inter-Asia, is used to refer to substantial exchange, dialogue, and movements beyond nation-state boundaries within the region. I emphasize that point because I've been writing about inter-Asia in the past few years, and I've often had people ask me the question whether Asia defined this way is stereotype, and I always have to put this out. I would also further suggest that East Asia exchanges and dialogues in music collaboration foster a kind of solidarity among musicians that is built on historical experience shared. This solidarity contributes to the inter-East Asia imagining and inter-East Asia sensibility. With two cases study, I hope to ponder on the notion in exploring the exchange and dialogue that benefit from the shared cultural heritage and common history on the one hand, and yet are distinguished by distinctive different histories and trajectories on the other. The solidarity stems from familiar yet different, shared yet distinctive. It plays a crucial role in sparking creativity by leveraging shared cultural background and historical context while also embracing different and unique characteristics. Individuals can generate innovative solutions. Here, I'd like to borrow another concept from Bakhtin, which is a novelistic hybrid. It is particularly useful in such music dialogue in contemporary music. Bakhtin wrote, "The novelistic hybrid is an artistically organized system for bringing different languages in contact with one another, a system having at its goal the illumination of one language by means of another, the carving out of a living image of another language." Accordingly, different East Asian voices, concept, and performance practice can overlay or, more importantly, shed light on each other. We will consider two unique, interesting cases of such imagining. The first case is a collaboration between Chinese composer Zhou Wenzhong. I'm sorry, I didn't give that to you. Okay, so that's the text. Okay. The first case is a collaboration of Chinese composer Zhou Wenzhong and a Gaigang master Ji Yongli on the composition for Korean traditional ensemble. During nearly 60 years of his composition career, composer Zhou Wenzhong did not write a single piece for non-European instrument. That is, not until he met and was commissioned by Ji Yongli. The important breakthrough was 2008, when he was 85 years old. He composed Eternal Pine for Korean instrumental ensemble. The second case is the collaboration of Korean composer Woon Suk-chin. Woon Suk-chin, whose career as a modern composer got an important boost around the early 1990s, also did not compose for a non-European instrument until he met Chinese Sheng virtuoso Wu Wei in Berlin. In 2009, when she was 48, almost 20 years after she became prominent, she completed the Concerto for Sheng and Orchestra, a major breakthrough, which remained her only major work for non-European instrument. It has been performed very impressively by more than 40 symphony orchestras around the world, including the most famous, such as New Philharmonic, LA Philharmonic, and Boston Symphony Orchestra, and so on. Together, these two cases shed light on the power, I would claim, of inter-Asia collaboration. Now, how is inter-Asia collaboration in contemporary music connected to classicism, a European concept, indeed? Classicism is a 19th century coinage originally used to describe a cultural war happening in France and later in Germany between, on the one hand, Romanticism, which emphasized emphasizes the liberation from the restraints. And on the other, let me see, show this. On the other, an aesthetic and political program devoted to recreation of an ideal of spiritual beauty and artistic purity associated with an idealized classical Greek culture. By claiming to venerate and emulate the past, the classicists also necessarily reinvent and reimagine the past for self-protection, for self-projection and novel recreation. So every form of classicism, therefore, takes on the characteristics of its own time. So this notion of classicism could be useful in considering the transmission and transformation of elevated classical past and cultural memory in the works of composers of East Asian heritage. Example abounds and approaches varied frequently. We can find hybridization, fragmentation of cultural memories that reinvent and reimagine the cultural past. The East Asian classicism can be defined as a temporal experience instead of an ethnic or cultural essence. Here I use the notion of classicism as a crucial intervention to the usual concepts like nationalism, post-colonial theory, and Orientalism that are frequently applied to the study of East Asian composers. In my view, these usual theoretical concepts fall short in addressing the lived experiences of history and memory that shape, importantly, the work of this contemporary musician. In contrast, classicism centers on the agency of the individuals who draw from their cultural memory, knowingly or unknowingly. It sidesteps the problematics of authenticity and essence and considers these creations as always already making and doing of the present day. It addresses the notion of East Asian aesthetics as discursive, involving linguistic life, emotional dimension, embodied experience, and the sense of root. Classicism as a paradigm can take the analysis of contemporary music beyond the boundary of music, prompting us to imagine other patterns of semiotics at work. Elements associated with the long-established convention makes up cultural memory that constitute the legacy and gift, as well as the constraints for East Asian composers. So through indexing, mimicking, and creating symbolic connection, East Asian composers interpret classical past in the music logic of our time or simply their own. So let me go to the first case study. Youngwon began his career as composer in New York City. Having grown up in an affluent family in China, he moved to the United States in 1946 and later became a student of avant-garde composer Edward Varese. There, modernists form a vast web of connection linking composers, performers, artists, text, and institution, a kind of multitudinous weave. Youngwon established his reputation very quickly. His orchestra work was premiered by San Francisco Symphony as early as 1953, no doubt the first one. And Louisiana Orchestra Commission in 1954 put him in company with luminaries such as Luigi Dalla Piccolo and Paul Hindemith. So he became a composition faculty at Columbia University for the next 35 years. So classical poetry has always been important to him. And this poetry, as you can see, really reveal a kind of inner space and a kind of impermanence of life. It depicts the infinitive space and time. So in 2009, when I asked Youngwon why he had not composed for a Chinese instrument in his long career, and this, remind you, is a year after he had composed for Korean instrument. His answer was this: who am I? Cho's reluctance to reveal is revealing the weight of complexity with his own cultural inheritance was too heavy. So the cultural indebtedness to classicism had been apparent and persistent. However, he cannot compose for Chinese instrument. In contrast, the inter-Asia connection to another respected tradition was less daunting. So when he was invited to compose for the Korean ensemble, he jumped on it and then create a wonderful work. And I don't have time to do this, but let me try what I can play just a little bit. So this is his belief when he write about composing for this. Let's see whether this will work. Okay, I need to move on. So Won Suk-jin, it's widely available on YouTube. Won Suk-jin and Wu Wei is a different story, and their reason for that is very different from Zhou Wenzhong. So Won Suk-jin's music essentially led her to foster a different type of inter-Asia collaboration with Wu Wei. In Berlin, Won Suk-jin studied with Ligeti and grew to become one of the most important influential composers of our time, recognized by numerous awards and commissions. She is well known for a modest composition style and very much famously for staying clear of association with Korean music tradition, not wanting her composition to give impression of exoticism or Orientalism. In the beginning, the excerpt you heard was from this piece. And she said, I understand myself not as a Korean composer, but as a composer who is part of international music culture and intensely imprinted with European tradition, not only of the 20th century. What terribly disturbed me is the fact that composer from East Asia becomes automatically afflicted with the cliche of East Asian music. So her reservation had kept her from composing for Asian instrument for a long time. And then she said, this is also very important. As a composer of modern music, Won Suk-jin was also very explicit about how she's never satisfied with European orchestra sound. In the interview, she said, in my opinion, the conventional orchestra setting in Europeans reflect of the 19th century, although there are, of course, great masterwork written for it. So I often call for an array of extra instruments. Through this, I always try to introduce a completely different color into my composition based on my experience of non-European music. This experience of non-European music sound stemmed from her cultural memories. Growing up in Korea, Won Suk-jin was influenced by the soundscape of Asia. For example, she very much taken to the Gangnam sound. The rich possibility of Sheng offer Won Suk-jin a sonic horizon and potential that align with her creative energy, modernist concept and aesthetic ideal. The cultural proximity of the region ignite this imagination. So this is the last slide I want you to read. So this is from her. Like Korean and Japanese counterpart, the Chinese sheng, which is more than 4,000 years old, has been developed into a modernized and highly versatile instrument. Because of the key mechanism, it has the potential for chromaticism, microtone, chorus, polyphony, cluster, and so on. At times, it can sound like electroacoustic music. An instrument is capable of erased sound and of explosive power. Despite of the extreme possibilities, I think you have to be careful to preserve the very nature of sheng. not destroy the essence of the instrument. And I think that's a very important point to really think about how, despite her distance from the Asian kind of a connection, she respects them. The last thing that I want to show you is actually another thing that she said. She said that I heard the sound of Sheng when I was a child. It was a long, long time ago. I was dreaming one day to write a piece for it. So maybe in my whole life, I have some inspiration for this concerto. So the working process went very well. I needed just 8 weeks. It's amazing. It's 29 minutes of music of this huge orchestra piece, and only 8 weeks she completed it. So encountering Wu Wei's virtuoso playing opened a new range of possibility for her, and she said, I think without Wu Wei, I would not have written this piece. He can do everything, complex chord, glissando, and microtones. And if I can just indulge 1 more minute of what Wu Wei have to say about this, you can say that this is a description from Wu Wei from the interview I had with him. He talks about how it's a kind of phoenix. The sound becomes such a powerful thing and rebirth like a phoenix. And if you know something about Sheng or Siwang, it's actually a rendition of phoenix. So this kind of inter-East Asia music solidarity involves both convergence and divergence of tradition. I argue that the significance collaboration created inter-Asian imagining that illuminate one music language by means of another, the carving out of a living image of another language. It is the inter-East Asia collaboration that helped Zhou Wenzhong and Wu Suk-ching unlock the key to express their long-held aesthetic ideal. Their work take these two musicians into a familiar yet refreshing new realm. These composers and musicians render the classicism using their contemporary sensibility, skill, and inter-Asia imagination. And last, I will leave you with this quote from Zhou Wenzhong. In 1979, Zhou Wenzhong addressed Asian Contemporary Composer Society at the National Guga Center. He said, I'm more concerned with watching how fundamental Asian concepts and practices are gradually and unobtrusively being integrated into the mainstream of Western contemporary music. He certainly accomplished that, as did Wu Suk-ching. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your interesting research and thought-provoking findings about inter-Asian collaboration in the contemporary music, which is so interesting. So we will now begin our Q&A and discussion session. So if you have any question, please raise your hands. Are there any questions? We have a 20 minutes Q&A, so yeah, feel free to join. 10 minutes, yeah, we have shortened up our 10 minutes. So any comments or thoughts? I saw there are some of the musicologists who are engaging with this topic, professors and some lecturers and students, and other composers here. Oh, please.
Thank you very much for your great presentation. And as I know, there is lots of many of Korean and then another Chinese, Japanese, and then Southeast Asian musician collaborations. And then have you checked about that? It's not only just the Jinun-suk's Senghwang. Actually, the Jinun-suk performed composed lots of million, zillion, billion, trillions of Western music. Just one of them. It is not a great symbol. It is not. It's just as I see it, Jin-Suk's work is just one swallow. One swallow does not make a spring. So it's not the matter. And then there is a lot of collaboration with Korean and then Asian. Have you checked about that?
Thank you for this remark. Indeed, there's a, as I said at the very beginning of my talk, that it's a very commonplace of this collaboration. But what I have felt that's lacking is a way to think about why that collaboration is so fruitful. And there's a lot of discussion about interculture. But interculture, as I mentioned earlier, that there is a degree of collaboration, and I really am intrigued by this notion of familiarity in terms of connection. So that's what the particular point I'm addressing.
Thank you very much. Very illuminating and comforting sometimes. Sometimes very conflicting to me. I am not an expert in music at all. I don't know anything about it. But then, what reminded me from your presentations is the two conflicting tendencies in your presentations. One is Mr. Howard's presentation is more or less, let's say, nationalistic kind of tendency within Kugak tradition, which you obviously discourage and encourage to be more international or global. While Professor Rao's paper is completely opposite. It's more or less inter-Asia kind of collaboration in music, whether it's a performance or a composition. That reminds me of the implications of your presentation for the establishment of a Korean identity in the long run. I think Korean society is now faced with this kind of conflicting sources of identity formation. Particularly, Mr. Howard, what would you suggest in more concrete terms if indeed Kugak tradition would like to go beyond the nationalistic tendency?
I think there are arguments going on here, which I wouldn't want to intervene and say anything about. And I don't feel it's my responsibility to tell Koreans what to do. However, there is a problem outside Korea, and the problem is that many Kugak scholars are submitting articles to journals which are being rejected, or are submitting papers for conferences which are being rejected. And I think it's important that the Kugak world understands what's going on. How they choose to resolve it, that's up to you. I want to promote Kugak because it's wonderful music. And so I want to promote the study of Kugak. And I know this is a very delicate balance, but it's not for me as a white or something like a white person to tell you as yellow, no. It's not my responsibility, or rather it's not my right to tell you what to do. But
I feel so very fortunate to be here, to have learned from all of these amazing scholars, and especially I felt this was quite a treat to get a kind of autobiography from you, Professor Howard, because I've studied your work for so long. I'm trying to think about how to articulate this question. The part of your presentation that kind of broke my heart was when you said there were these scholars that, I don't remember their names, I apologize, but they omitted certain parts of the kind of vocal recordings of these artists because they were not correct or they didn't follow certain. So that made me wonder when something is, especially with something that's so embodied, like a vocal tradition. When something like that is lost, how do you recover that? You know what I mean? It's almost like a kind of a shamanistic question because you do the songs of the shamans, which was my first entry into your work. The idea that the shamans bring back the voices of people that have been gone, that have gone, and that's one of their ways of kind of preserving traditions through their various songs. I'm thinking about that, and I'm wondering if you have seen instances of recovery of things that might have been lost.
Yes. Sorry, is that working? No. Yes. So yes, but I should say first of all that this is not just a Korean problem. In my own country, folk songs were collected, 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago. There were huge arguments as to whether you should record them as they were or whether you should make them fit modes. Even dance, English Morris dancing? Some of you do. Well, I live near a village called Adderbury, which is very well known for Morris dancing, and its dances were collected by a person called Cecil Sharp 100 years ago. And every April, there's a dance day where two Morris sides, two groups, dance. One side says, we perform the dances as Cecil Sharp recorded them. The other side says, we perform the dances as the person who taught Cecil Sharp did them. And they circle around the village, meet in the center, where they basically have a fight, even though it's a fight with dance. So these are common issues. It's not just in Korea. Now I can't remember the other bit of your question. Right, but how do you revive it? There are examples of revival all over the place. And actually, if you think of what's happened in Korea, as I was trying to show there, it was not inevitable that Kugak would be a sound world that survived. It has, and although it's got challenges, it's very much a part of Korea, and part of a Korea that's known abroad as well as here. So you're not doing too badly here, quite frankly.
Excuse me, let me have another question to Professor Rao. It's more or less a very general question, obviously. That is you talked about collaborative works in intonation music genre. Then I'm wondering whether there is any level of, let's say, collaboration. In other words, in terms of a full synthesis of two or more than two musics or traditions. Or lesser level, maybe it's just a juxtaposition of the two things without much synthesis or something. So I'm sort of familiar to Hegelian notion of synthesis, but then I always thought that synthesis is only possible in the world of art, not in realities, in social science field, something. So I would like to know whether there are degrees of a collaboration in terms of inter-Asian music collaboration.
I think it is true. There's a lot of things that collaboration is worthwhile to study from many angles and different degrees. And I actually have written an essay on the different ways of collaboration can work and different points of entry and different ways of hierarchy and whatever trust that there needs to be and whatever things. So I think it's really a complex issue. But one of the reasons that I am attracted to these case studies is because these two composers just stay away from composing for so long. And it's this kind of intercultural, inter-Asia type of connection that, unlock it. And to me, in those kind of collaboration, there were a lot of give and take. And I think in many ways, both performers were extremely grateful. In fact, Wu Wei did say, to this day, Won Suk Chin's concerto for Sheng is still the best concerto that's ever been written. And so I think that's powerful testimony to the work.
I would answer there's no one correct way. So some collaborations don't result in fusion, some do. So for the Korean audience, one of the examples of the ones which don't result in fusion is actually Samulnori. And Samulnori in the 1980s and 1990s produced some albums with particularly German and Austrian musicians. And if you listen to them, Samulnori remains Samulnori. The Austrian stuff remains Austrian. More recently, there's been some collaborations between, there's an Australian jazz percussionist, Simon Barker, and there was a film, Muyong Munaje Pershibo, yeah, and he has collaborated with some Korean musicians. Kim Dong-won is one, and the pansori singer, is it Cho? Anybody help me? I can't remember. Where things go very well together, and you don't feel that one is remaining Australian or Korean. Other examples in Korea, some of the things which would be called fusion, where you have Western and Korean going together. The group Shinawi, which Kim Ji-hae is sitting there, who was the percussionist for a few years, seems, this is 5-10 years ago, they were doing things which really matched very well. And you didn't feel there was any sense of this being more Kugak and more Western. And there are other examples like that. So I think there's a spread here. And I wouldn't say that one is right and one is wrong. There's all sorts of opportunities, if you like.
And if I can add, one thing that's really interesting to me is also the audience reaction. So Wu Wei has, collaborated with some like a 40 orchestra in different halls, and he mentioned that in each hall is something different, and the audience perception depends on their position, depends on the stadium. They react differently to the pieces. So I think a cultural fusion can really totally be understood or analyzed, studied from the perception perspective, and that's yet another way of thinking about this.
Okay, so unfortunately we are out of time, so we need to wrap up our discussion. Yeah, if you want to talk more, please join our round table session afterwards. And we also have the wonderful event afterwards, is dinner. And thank you all for your participation, questions and comments. And yeah, I hope that our today's talk will enhance our contemporary music studies. Thank you very much.
요것도 켜놓긴 할게요. 그때도 이건 필요 없다고 기대돼요? 이걸로 될까요? 이거. 제가 거기다 올릴게요. 자료가 있다고요. 알고 계실 거예요, 아마 대표님이. 와이드. 응. 저 세상이던데요? 발표해 주신 거를 예, 다 정리를 해 주셔가지고 근데 뭔가 저도 아까 봤는데
we only have roundtable discussion, our last session. Yeah. The roundtable discussion will begin shortly. Please be seated. Professor Youngwon, this is yours.
Excuse me. The outside professor and scholars, come on in. 누가 이현정 선생님도 먼저 하신다고 그랬죠. 이현정 선생님 먼저 하시고 그 다음에 하영철 선생님 하시고 그다음 제가 마지막으로 하는가 보네. So come on in, everybody. 내가 나갔어. Wow, he's angry. No. He's mad because nobody pay attention to him. So, now we are starting final sessions. I totally understand. We have a little bit exhausted, and also on the other hand, we want to talk a lot. Everybody wants to talk about our informal discussions. So anyway, could you please close the door? Okay. So this final session is, anyway, we will stop before 6:20, okay? We keep the promise and of the time. And this is for all of us. I think the key question is contemporary Korean studies 2.0. What should we do? Anyway, for this topic and agenda is developed by all of you, your own contributions. This is totally free discussion and roundtables. So as a director of this conference and also our contemporary Korean, SNU Contemporary Korean director, I really hope all of you make big and interesting suggestions to develop contemporary Korean studies, and which can go further and further, okay? So this is only depending on all of you. So I really appreciate your own sincere participations. Thank you. And let us, we have before free discussion, we have three presenters here. Professor Yeonjung from the Berlin University, from Berlin, Freie Universität. And she will present the perspective from the Europe. And here, second presenter is Professor Yong-chul Ha. He used to be actually the professor in Seoul National University. And right now, he is the professor at the University of Washington in Seattle. And so he has a very different, perspective from US, and not only US, but also here, he has a deep understanding of Korean studies. Finally, I will present very shortly and try to, how should we do? Anyway, this is my final presentations. But anyway, let me give the first. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kwon, to invite me for this final round and to give us a short overview about what the situation about European Korean studies or current problem or perspectives. And I'm very honored to have this opportunity. It's very seldom. So it's a very good chance for me to give you this short briefing. So Korean studies in Europe, which has long been centered on humanities education for a small number of students, is currently undergoing a period of both quantitative and qualitative transition. In terms of student numbers, some institution or some institutes, some universities now have a Korean studies department and comparable in size to Chinese or Japanese studies departments. And for this reason, Korean media occasionally report that Korean studies is experiencing an explosive surge in popularity across Europe. Strictly speaking, such reports do not accurately reflect the reality. The number of universities with Korean studies department is still too small to claim that Korean studies has become popular throughout Europe. The number of universities with Korean studies department in Europe is still incomparably smaller than those with Chinese and Japanese studies department. In Germany, for instance, while most of the major universities have a Chinese and Japanese studies department, only 6 universities offer Korean studies. Of these Korean studies exist as an independent department in 3 universities, while in the remaining 3 others, it operates just as subsidiary subject within Chinese or Japanese studies departments. And despite the limited number of universities offering Korean studies as a major, the number of German youth interested in Korea increased relatively significantly over the past few years thanks to Hallyu. As a result, the number of students applying to the few Korean studies departments in Germany has clearly increased substantially. The annual intake of new students majoring Korean studies across all 6 German universities now exceed 300. This figure represents a clear quantitative expansion compared to the early 2000s, when the total number of students majoring in Korean studies across Germany did not exceed 30. However, it is certainly not as dramatic as the phrase explosive expansion of Korean studies might suggest. Individual Korean studies departments are simply rejoicing the increasing number of applicants. That's true. As significant as the quantitative growth of Korean studies is the gradual qualitative transformation taking place in Europe. While humanities research, traditionally encompassing literature, history, and philosophy, has long dominated the field, there is a noticeable trend towards education and research based on social science within Korean studies. However, it is still difficult to assert that Korean studies as an academic discipline has established in distinct presence in European academia. Nor can it be said that research outcomes have accumulated to the extent of having comprehensive impact on the academic community in Europe. In this presentation, I am to discuss the issue we are grappling with in order to Korean studies as an area of studies to establish a presence in European academia. Before that, I will first introduce the process by which Korean studies has been established and institutionalized in Europe. That is the slide. The introduction of the Korean studies course in European universities and the establishment of Korean studies as distinct academic discipline are not particularly long-standing developments. The other Oriental studies or East Asian studies, they started about 150 years ago, or in case of France, 1800s. No? So Chinese studies has a 200 years tradition, and Japanese studies has 150 years tradition, and Korean studies, when I call it not longer than 50 years. The introduction of Korean studies courses in European universities and establishment of Korean studies as a distinct academic discipline are not particularly not long-standing development, although the systematic research on East Asia began European universities in the 19th century, there are hardly any scholars who showed interest in Korea. There are not enough Orientalists to study the region classified as a periphery of China. Even scholars studying Japan viewed Korea as merely as a peripheral region of Japan and did not pay much attention to it. In the mid-19th century, French Orientalists published a few papers on Korea and Korean language. Even when professorship in Chinese and Japanese studies were established at German universities in Berlin, Hamburg, and Leipzig in the early 20th century, research and education on Korea were not conducted. Korean studies, lectures, and language education in European universities began after 1945, Second World War, even then only in a limited number of universities. After the World War II, Eastern European countries were the first to begin the process of institutionalizing Korean studies. In the early 1950s, systematic Korean language education was institutionalized, established in Czechoslovakia, East Germany, and Poland. These were mostly established due to relation with North Korea. Many Korean studies graduate in Eastern European universities often worked as interpreters in diplomatic mission. Unlike Eastern European country, it took relatively longer for Korean studies to become institutionally established in Western European countries. In most cases, Korean language courses were initially offered under the leadership of professors from established Japanese and Chinese studies department. In 1946, Fritz Voss in Leiden, he opened the courses for Korean language and Korean history. That was the first time. And the East Asian Studies Department at the Munich, in München, in Germany, hired E. Miruk, the author for the Yalu Flows, as a lecturer in 1947 to begin the Korean language classes. And SOAS appointed a full-time lecturer in Korean studies in 1953. Keith is right, I think. In the 1960s, Korean language courses were established at the universities in Tübingen, Bochum, and Hamburg, and Freie Universität Berlin, at the time West Berlin. And in France, the Japanese Studies Department at the University of Paris and Sorbonne was renamed as Japanese Korean Studies in 1959 and began offering Korean language courses. The establishment of Korean language courses served as a kind of touchstone for institutional establishment of Korean studies. However, there are cases like the University Munich where only Korean language classes are still offered without establishing a Korean studies department. Since 1970s, Korean studies became institutionally established in Europe, in France, Germany, and Holland. Although there were Koreans like Yi Ok, who played an important role in establishing Korean studies in France, the first generation of Korean studies scholars in Europe were mostly Europeans. In March 1977, 31 scholars who could be considered as the first generation of European Korean studies gathered in London to establish the European Association for Korean Studies, ACSEP. When scholars from Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia joined this meeting in 1978, it created a forum for scholars from both Eastern and Western blocs to discuss common research topics as the Cold War continued. They reportedly did not discuss political issues and did not disclose their membership list. At the conference held in London in April 1989, half year before the fall of Berlin Wall, North Korean scholars participated, making the European Association for Korean Studies a valuable space for scholars from both South and North Korea could meet and discuss. More than 30 years have passed since then, and Korean studies in Europe has grown in scale. German Korean studies in particular has grown in quantitatively, especially in the recent years, so more than since 2010. The number of professorship in Korean studies has increased with a total number of 9 professors now, including both full professors and associate professors. The establishment of Korean studies professors at the continental European university means that Korean studies departments are established and European students, not Korean students in Korean minority or second generation or third generation. European students majoring in Korean studies are educated from the undergraduate level. The number of undergraduate students majoring in Korean studies is much larger than number of graduate students majoring in Korean studies at the master level. I give you this example from my university. We have around 300 students in BA majoring and a master around 40 students. There are universities with more than 300 undergraduate Korean studies major students. So my university is not exceptional case. University Tübingen and Paris, you have more than 700 students in a first year. How many of them graduate and grow into Korean scholars or Korean studies scholars is another issue. As mentioned earlier, Korean studies in Europe was influenced by the academic tradition of humanities for a long time, with linguistic methodologies and critical analysis of historical text predominating, and has published a considerable amount of research results. Since the 2000s, there has been an increasing trend in the research on contemporary Korean societies and politics, but discussions on research method in Korean studies, along with the discussion on the identity of Korean studies, are just beginning in Europe. Scholars researching Korea in North America, where the academic system differs from the continental Europe, may not worry about the identity issue of Korean studies. Their academic identity is not that of scholars dedicated to Korean studies, but rather political scientists, sociologists, or economists, or historians studying Korea. However, in the sense of contemplating an academic system that can explain various phenomena observed in Korea, I believe that all scholars studying Korea within the framework of area studies are grappling with the same academic concern. Lastly, I would like to emphasize that although Korean studies has grown quantitatively in Europe, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Europe is still a barren land in terms of interest in Korea overall. There are hardly any experts with knowledge about Korea in a government and in public institutions of European Union, as well as individual countries. And very few people currently active as Korean experts in European think tank are mostly originally Japan or China experts who cannot understand Korean. It means who can't read Korean, not to mention speak Korean. Although they suddenly became known as Korea experts after giving a few media interviews on Korean issue under the pretext of being East Asia regional experts, most of them are still active as China or China experts or Japan experts. It is not surprising that their perspective on Korea is Japan or China-centric or Japan or China biased. If active exchanges with Korean experts will take place, it could at least help that individuals or these experts better understand Korea. Thanks to Hallyu, that has been blowing in Europe in the recent years, for the first time in the history of Europe, a new generation has emerged that is encountering East Asia through Korea, rather than through Japan or China. There is a need to establish a long-term strategy to help this youth generation grow into pro-Korean and Korea-friendly individuals who can work as Korea experts in 10 or 10 years from now. To nurture this next generation of Korea experts in Europe, policies and visions are needed to carry out exchange and cooperation projects with a long-term perspective without obsessing over visible results in a short-term period. And I'm very thankful that you have initiated such a wonderful project to give such a perspective. Thank you.
조금만 기다려보시죠. 이제 돼요.
예. As Professor Kwon said, everybody is exhausted by now, and I don't know. I've been thinking how not to make you any more boring at this point. But let me first start off by saying I would like to thank once again Professor Kwon and his whole crew and group who have been assisting him, and then Seoul National University too. My discussions will be two parts. One standing part, the other one is sitting part. So first, the standing part. I want to start quoting Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union. Joseph Stalin once said, after the great success of a first economic five-year plan, he said, "I am dizzy with the success. So now I'm dizzy with too much knowledge." And I have to say, for me, it's such a learning process. I learned so much. Although I could not understand exactly entirely what has been discussed so far, but then I know that I should know more about Korea. Even though I've been specialized in Korea, I have felt throughout the conference that I need to know more about our country. Somehow, this country has, as I be saying in the sitting part, the undergoing great the chaos, as I just characterize it. And so I've been thinking how to let's say incorporate all these different presentations in one single term, which obviously you understand is daunting task, almost impossible task, but nevertheless I tried in terms of their throughout these discussions. I felt that the only thing that I could think of is exactly Korea's modernization in flux. In other words, from various discussions, what they converged onto is exactly where Korean society is heading in terms of the completing, or even not, if the word is not good, then their ongoing modernization project. So obviously I cannot do full justice to every presentation done here, but then I was, for example, I was pretty much impressed by Dr. Nathalie Kawasa from France when she said, for example, a vast number of fragments and especially dispersed networks resulting from globalization, capitalization, and digitalization. I think she sums up very well about what is going on in South Korea. And then also, for example, Professor Kim Hong-jong and Professor Shin the concepts of survivalism, survival modernity. I liked it, actually. I don't know whether you liked it or not, but at least I liked it very much. Indeed. However, although I have delved more into what they exactly mean by that after I read them more carefully, but at least I feel like South Korean society has just passed survival stage. But nevertheless, I thought the survivalism and survival modernity, I think it's some truth to reality. So this, in other words, I've been trying to locate any possible statements, concepts, the presentation that could help us to synthesize or to encompass the various presentations. So please, although I'm sure some of you already have been thinking along the way that I just fleshed out, please join in later on with your own concept, sort of a more overarching concept that we can discuss more. Okay. Having said that, I think I have at least, as I said earlier, I cannot do full justice to all these presentations, but then I could detect several arrows of interactions at the different levels. So what I mean by arrows of interaction is that to what extent the Korea, in what direction is or has Korea been interacting with outside or inside out? That's what I'm saying. Okay. So, for example, Professor Kao from Yale, she's talking about the K-pop issue, and then she started with Korea, but then she ended up saying, let's say, K-pop now is facing global challenge, or not to lose Koreanness, something. So there's a global to global. In other words, already she started with the K-pop at the global level, and then K-pop at the global level now is facing a global challenge. And let's say another. This is an example. I'm not. I cannot provide any exhaustive list of all things. But let's say from Korea, regional and to global, and then back to Korea. To me, that's why Hallyu. Now I understand why Hallyu is so difficult to understand. Although Hallyu is should be easy to understand, but then it's really difficult to understand why. Now, as I said, it's a sort of a very complicated kind of process it's going through from Korea, regional, global, and back to Korea, something like that. So that's the way I found it. And then global to Korea. For example, Professor Son's actually raising interesting question: how K literature developed outside Korea now affecting or the forcing Korean literature to think about its Koreanness. So this is the another the arrow of interaction. And then Korea to global. In the first session, Professor Sarfati raised an interesting question about shamanism going cosmopolitan. So I thought that's I think this arrow, this pattern is probably most typical one. So I thought it's a very interesting one. And then Kun Lee in our political economy session talking about whether Korean model is converging onto anything outside Korea. So that's another pattern. And then the Korea. So for example, I found it very interesting when Professor Hwang mentioned the role of shaman in Korea is changing. Let's say even the people in Ansan, they don't believe in the efficacy of traditional shaman. So it's more or less the sort of domestic side of the change, I thought. And then once again, my own is about from Korea to Korea, something like that. Anyhow, as I said, this is the one way of proposing, raising kind of or inviting more livelier discussion. So don't take me wrong as if I think it is complete or I don't have any even copyright to this. So, right. Anyhow, let's go to next thing. So then there are obviously different levels, micro, macro, or in between, medium level. So that's why I thought the tapestry of Korean modernity is not easy. It will take a long time, given. But then once again, I've learned so much at the personal level, and I at this point I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all the presenters and discussants. And then, so then, in relation to my sitting down portion, I said I was very much satisfied by the fact that already the deprovincializing stage of Korean studies actually has been undergoing quite well. In other words, Korea no longer is a target for introduction. Korea has become a target to study on its own, to understand better of whatever respective countries they come from. So with this remark, I would like to go back to my seat and start the second part of it, okay? So. Well, the second, why? What's so funny about it? Oh, probably my English was not clear enough. So, well, should I step down? No, I'm just kidding. All right, okay. In any case, why do I have to have a second part? Because as already Professor Kwon introduced me, I used to be actually working at this university for a number of years. And in fact, previously we had a Korean study project on the university-wide scale some years ago before I left this place. And so this is more or less I prepared these remarks more or less with the Seoul National University and Korean situation in mind. Now I think if my previous former the discussion was about more or less outside-in kind of perspective mostly, but now I'm going for more or less the inside-out kind of the direction. So I hate to read this kind of thing, but then I thought this is more effective. So let me just if you feel bored, please tell me, and I'll stop it. All right, so anyhow, the Korean society is facing an unprecedented historic turning point. It has been beset with incessant confusion, conflicts, and uncertainty in political, economic, social, and international arenas. Of course, the seriousness of confusion and conflict itself is a challenge. But ultimately, we have to answer the following question. Where does Korean society stand now, and where is it going? I think these are two impending questions that await the answers. Seoul National University has long been considered as the intellectual leader of Korean society. The members of Seoul National intellectual community are expected to answer the causes and ultimate outcomes of this unprecedented confusion. It is my understanding that today's event is part of Seoul National University's new initiative for Korean studies, which aims at building programs relevant to analyzing and answering questions related to this great chaos. In this regard, I would like to thank President Yoo Hong Lim of Seoul National University for taking this important initiative at the critical juncture of Korean society. The background of the great chaos undergoing Korean society, yes. lies in the fact that the Western style of democracy has been introduced and practiced, where the economic development was achieved on the heavy state-led industrialization. Such a process is unprecedented not only in Asia, but also in the entire world. Modernization in Korea has been proceeding even after the successful economic development and democratic transition. Of course, one cannot deny that one may still find the universal patterns in Korea's case, where early modernized country experienced. But it is equally true that the distinctive and unique aspects of Korea's path to modernization cannot be ignored. I maintain that Korean studies should focus on dealing with mapping the scope of this great chaos. Put it differently, Korean studies should shift its focus from the stage where universally claimed theories, frameworks, and concepts have been applied, tested, and confirmed to Korea case. Disciplines in Korea's humanity fields should also reflect upon the following question: to what extent and how far humanities fields have raised questions relevant to Korean society. The substantive questions that relevance-oriented Korean studies should address are the ones that relate to the conflicts in institutions and values that arise from the interaction between social and cultural legacies from Korean-style industrialization and Western-style democracy, as I said. One obvious example is the premature expectation of democratic consolidation due to the sense of urgency, which was the driving force for Korean-style industrialization. The Korean Studies Initiative that the Seoul National University is undertaking this time should be able to answer the imminent questions that have emerged from the unique historical experimentation that Korean society has been undergoing. In other words, what I would like to emphasize here, that is the Korean society now has been undergoing the unprecedented kind of the stage, which I maintain has civilizational significance. Because if you look around the country, around the world, there's no country like South Korea. So we should, coming from this kind of the understanding, in other words, why we study Korea, I think is because there's some civilizational significance. All right. The scope of Korean studies and methodology, going beyond the conventional definition. The dominant approach to Korean studies has been studying Korea itself. The importance of the study of Korea proper cannot be emphasized enough. However, considering the main goal of SNU Korean Study Initiative, the focus should shift to whether studies can contribute to the solutions of macro-micro issues facing Korean society. From the perspective from this perspective, understanding of other countries and cases should be an important basis for SNU Korean Study Initiative. And the importance of comparative studies take on more than important. Sorry about this wrong word. It is very important. I know those comparative studies. Although this doesn't preclude the ongoing significance of Korea-specific studies. Rather, it means that Korea-focused studies should be conducted with a keen sense of relevance to understanding and solving questions and issues that demand answers from Korean society. At the same time, it is highly desirable if Seoul National University Korea Study Initiative is passionately committed to overcoming a weak link between social sciences and history, which has existed not only at Seoul National but also in Korean academic community in general. At Seoul National University level, the trend has been aggravated since the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences partitioned into 3 colleges in 1976. Building closer collaboration between social sciences and history should be one of the major goals to achieve through the new initiative. The gist of the challenge is how to find distinctive and unique aspects of Korea through collaboration between social sciences based upon universalism and Korean-specific studies. Korea-specific studies. Another chronic problem in Korean social science is the lack of collaboration between Korean studies and area studies. The current level of area study in Korea is still at the level of introducing target countries for area studies, while research done in area studies has seldom been considered in the studies of Korea itself. Likewise, research on Korea in different fields has had little influence on area studies. Consequently, area studies in Korea and Korea studies remain far apart from each other, and has not developed their distinct identity in terms of research questions and methodology, resulting in little contribution to the understanding of Korea itself, meaning area studies. Seoul National University Korean Studies Initiative should take a critical approach to the status of the relationship between history and social science on the one hand, and between area studies and domestic studies on the other. The focus of area studies should change from the stage of introducing foreign countries to area studies that contribute to the understanding of Korea. Conversely, by developing area studies based upon Korea's modernization, area studies in Korea are urged to develop its own distinct identity. Open approach, now I'm going to the sort of some kind of suggestion, so I'll skip some part of it. Okay, so. Practical suggestions for implementation. First, in line with, almost done, okay, almost done. So, in line with the broad and goal of answering immediate challenges facing Korean society, the scope of SNU Korea Study Initiative should go beyond Korea-specific single-country studies. If questions raised are considered as contributing to the understanding and solution of problems facing South Korea, any discipline, any SNU faculty member should be invited to take part in the initiative. Number two, the too much differentiated disciplinary boundaries in the name of specialization should be overcome. The current academic classifications have been taken as given without much critical overview in terms of generating creative questions. They are prepared in most cases for the sake of administrative expediency, and that the proper understanding of South Korean modernization defies the conventional disciplinary boundary dividing lines. SNU Korea Studies Initiative should not be bound by conventional disciplinary boundaries. Number three, the too much differentiated disciplinary boundaries in the name of specialization should be overcome. This is a repetition. So, number four, from the perspective of SNU Korean Studies Initiative, it should encourage transdisciplinary, meaning more than interdisciplinary approaches to the understanding of issues related to Korea's modernization. Such an open approach, however, should not be taken to mean raising any question. Should not be taken to mean raising any question. The question raised should be relevant and realistic in terms of problem solving. Number four, group-based research, which is the prevalent mode of research currently in Korea, is to be discouraged as much as possible. A proper justification should be made in case group research is inevitable. What is also to be remembered is that the scale of a research fund does not necessarily decide the quality of research. Projects involving linking history to social science and area studies to domestic studies are highly recommended and then invited. Among them, projects should be prioritized which aims to answer the question arising from the unprecedented historical experimentation that Korea has been undergoing. Finally, on the Seoul National University Korean Studies Initiative, as Professor Lee already alluded to, collaborative relationship with Korean studies abroad and with other social sciences and humanities fields should be established, and it is further recommended to organize an international advisory group to share the importance and the directions of SNU Korea Studies Initiative. The International Advisory Group, rather than functioning perfunctorily, is to be an important source for consultation in obtaining concrete inputs in promoting Korean studies that SNU KSI, Korean Studies Initiative, pursues. So thank you very much for your listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Before presenting my own short, brief presentations, let me announce two things. The first thing is we just end 6:20. We close this session, and then we have a dinner party. Yeah. So the Lakgujang that you have been in yesterday, maybe you have been in Lakgujang. Somebody may not know. Then there is two ways. The one is the bus. One is take walk on foot. So the either way, so that you can go with SNU persons or anybody who knows about Lakgujang. Okay. Let's see. This is mandatory, actually. You cannot go anywhere. So anyway, enjoy, finally. I hope so. We have a beer, too. Okay, let me start first. Okay. How can I use this one? Let's see. Okay. I'm very poor at technology. So anyway, let's see. In this presentation, I would like to briefly introduce contemporary Korean studies 2.0. What is 2.0 for the contemporary Korean studies, and what should we do in the future? This is actually the raised question to me, as well as particularly all of you. So you think of that and suggest to me, and we make together. This is our jobs, actually. So, as we know, everybody, that our project is initiated in response to the growing global interest in Korea. Interest in Korea has been continuously increasing so far. Like K-drama, like Ojingo Game, K-music, like BTS, as well as Korean political economy and democracy, and religion and value changing, a lot of lifestyles. So, reflecting upon the growing interest in Korea, the number of universities where the Korean studies significantly increased, as you see the tables. However, what is particularly noteworthy is that the global interest in Korea is now growing, not only in the scale, but more importantly, in the diversity of its content. This chart shows a list of keywords that people around the world associate with when asked to describe Korea. The first rank keyword is modern popular culture. As you see today, Hallyu is everybody say, very interested in. And second, political economic growth and development. And science and technology. And economy and industry also take up a significant part of the global interest in Korea as well. Given the growing and diversifying interest in Korea, we can now identify several areas of the improvement. It is undeniable that traditional fields of Korean studies, such as language and old history, have significantly contributed to the development of the Korean studies. I'm not undervalued. To the quite contrary, I highly evaluate this existing Korean studies, language, literature, and let's see, the history guys. Despite challenging situations and limited resources, researchers in these fields have successfully built the academic and social foundation we now benefit from today. However, now we are at the stage of the leapfrogging to the next stages of Korean Studies 2.0. Through the intensive discussion, many Korean study researchers agree we have some problems to meet the growing and diversifying demands from the international community. We realize that there are three main mismatches between the demand, research, and education. First, the scope of major fields of study is so far limited to only a few areas, like, as I said, language and old history, compared with the more wide areas of the current interest and demands, including political economy and Hallyu culture and more modern technology and social culture and music. Secondly, is the fragmented structure of Korean studies. Each academic field studying Korean society often operates in isolation. Frankly say, its music is very, it's unfamiliar to me actually. But I learned a lot today and yesterday. While remaining, so far, all these Korean studies, I think they operate separately, remaining confined to individual discipline, failing to create synergies. Finally, current Korean studies have rapidly increased support and assistance for international researchers and educators. That's very good. However, such expansion has not resulted in a systematic accumulation of performance, data, and research findings. Reflecting upon these three main mismatches and problems, SNU Contemporary Korean Studies Group and I would like to propose a plan called Contemporary Korean Studies 2.0. Our project makes three key suggestions. It's totally opposite the problems, mismatches. The first is expanding the field of the study. We need to analyze contemporary Korea from very diverse perspectives. In order to meet the growing and diversified current demand in Korean studies, we need not only the traditional fields of the Korean studies, history and language, but also more importantly, cultural studies, sociologies, political science, economics, and new technologies, and music and religion. Secondly, these diverse perspectives should be interconnected, fostering collaboration to discover and develop innovative interdisciplinary research agenda, and to create a joint history, joint theory for understanding contemporary Korean society. Finally, based on this collaborative activity, we need to take the lead in creating new, attractive research initiatives, leading the debate in Korean studies, accumulating research data. In order to achieve our goal, we are planning to establish a global research hub for the contemporary Korean studies in Seoul National University. This global hub will serve as the center of a network of researchers and educators, fostering connections on collaborations, creating synergies and accumulating their experience and findings. We believe that this initiative aims at studying Korean society more in a universal context of human history and more comparative perspectives rather than Korean particularism. As the first stage of implementing our plan, we reach out researchers from diverse backgrounds and built 8 research teams. These teams is kind of a platform or temporary, so can be categorized into 3 main streams. The first is the fundamental teams, including political economy, modernization, and modernity. These fundamental teams study the experience of the Korea on the foundation of traditional Korean studies. The second is strategical teams, including Hallyu, K-music, as well as value and identity teams. These strategical teams focus on responding to newly emerging issues and interests, meeting the evolving and growing demand of Korean studies. The final, sorry. I don't know. Now go to the party? I'm very sorry. It's okay. Yeah. And the final is the experimental teams, including K-narrative, K-future. It's a very, you can remember the professor, the Professor Kim, very exciting lectures, Kim Hong-jung, and K-engineering. This session, K-engineering has missed this times of conference. These teams focus on proposing an innovative theorization and conceptualization of contemporary Korea. Based on our team and the international network, we are planning to establish an organization of a provisionally called SNU Global Hub for the Contemporary Korean Studies. As mentioned earlier, this organization will be the center of a global network of researchers, educators, and institutions on Korean studies. Our organization will be operated with the guidance of domestic and international advisory board. You will, coordinately invited later, okay? Depending on participation in our party. Okay, let's see. I'm not party anyone anyway. Once established, our organization will promote interdisciplinary research on Korean studies by hosting international conferences every year. This is the first year time, and next year we will have a second international conference for contemporary Korean studies, and go on, depending on your efforts, okay? And we are going to publish peer-reviewed journals. And as you know, also, in the coming soon, we are Palgrave Macmillan book series, Korean studies book series, we are planning to do so. We will have international research grants and awards. 2, we also aim at building a digital archive and database for the contemporary Korean studies so that research findings and experiences can be accumulated. We are also planning to promote education on Korean studies as well by designing education program for both graduate and undergraduate courses, and by promoting student research and exchange programs. Finally, we are planning to, as you see the there's a bunch of inspiring talk and presentations. So we need the time, talk more. So go to the party. And then after that, even more you need time. Then we are planning Zoom meeting, through internet, on airs. So each team has have a regularly international Zoom meetings. So you can participate, discussion deeply, almost exhaustively. Okay, that's it. Now I'm really opening to. Sorry that my presentation may be last longer. So just the free discussions. You can suggest anything or just guide us or raise hands.
Hi, I want to thank the organizers. Thank you so much. I forgot to thank Dr. Hallyu earlier, so I want to give him a shout out. I guess my question is, what's the plan for next year? Are you inviting different people, some of us? I'm actually very serious about that because it's, like what is the goal? And then I'm very interested, this is the first time I'm seeing the announcement about a journal. Are you imagining you need people to be guest editors? Like what, I'd like to hear more about those two things. Thank you.
I think we are, if I answer my first impression, we are really open. If you are, including here, everybody, but also I think out there's a very outstanding expert of Korean study scholars. So we invite more. Next year, maybe I hope, not just 2 years, more, 2 days, more than 2 days, I think. Oh.
Actually, Seoul National University has their outstanding scholars who are working on Korea. So you have so many scholars. So I'm asking just, is there any plan to integrate these scholars, what you have here? So we are cooperating with diverse scholars from SNU, and my understanding was that you are planning to become a hub to organize these all capacities, what you have in SNU. That is just in SNU what you have. That makes the SNU so special, actually. You have so many capacities on research on Korea.
It's hard to get.
She's asking whether you would like to play more from your own university.
Yeah, sure. Regardless, the SNU, in foreign countries, there's a bunch of it depends on, interest and expertise. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for presenting the plan. That's
not only me.
Okay. So I really appreciated the point that we ought to be appealing to a wide array of disciplines to understand contemporary Korea, right? So go beyond kind of the more traditional disciplines and appeal to sociology and economics and history and philosophy and literature, and so that's great. And I'm wondering how we can go beyond using those fields in order to understand Korea, right? It's almost like an outside-in approach, because I also think contemporary Korea has a lot to offer to those separate fields as well, right? So the inside out. So I was wondering how we can do both, right? Meaning, appeal to all these diverse fields in order to understand contemporary Korea, but also show what contemporary Korea has to offer to, for instance, think about deep questions in philosophy And so I was wondering how we might be able to do both, or there ought to be some ordering or priority here, or how should I think about these different ways of approaching the scholarship? Because what is the goal? And yeah, thank you.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? Who are insiders, who are outsiders?
No, I mean, like, it seems like contemporary Korea is the object of understanding, right? That's what we're trying to understand here. And so the tools are these outside, what I've been calling outside fields. So those are the methodologies, those are the academic disciplines that we're bringing we're all scholars bringing that in, right? And so it seems like we're using those as tools to understand Korea. But I'm wondering if we can also go the other direction, right? Use Korea in order to contribute to other ongoing longer discussions in each of the fields. So that's kind of the question. Maybe it's a hope. And so the question comes from the fact that sometimes when I write Korean philosophy, I have to choose my audience. Is my audience other Korea specialists? And am I talking to them? Or is my audience philosophers who's never heard about anything Korea? And I'm trying to introduce what Korea can offer them, right? And so I think that's part of what I'm thinking about.
Let me just, I don't know whether I'm qualified to answer your question, but the way I interpret your question is that, because while I'm thinking about this conference, I was thinking about, let's say, in each country, I mean, that you come from, what is the interest of Korea, the outside Korea studies? In other words, on your campus or institute, the extent to which the degree to which they are interested in Korean studies and beyond the Korean study faculty, in other words. I thought your question is relevant to what I said. In other words, what you seem to be suggesting is how Korean studies could affect the people outside Korea, right? Am I right? So that's why I thought I could identify myself with your questions.
Thank you for the event. It's really fascinating, and I really enjoy this event. I really agree with your comment and presentation, and what is the contemporary Korean studies, just in terms of the outline of it. But I'm wondering something about your question. It's true that there is a need to respond to the growing international interest in contemporary Korea, Korean society and culture. However, I would like to learn more about the limits and obstacles of the conventional Korean studies, and also the intrinsic motivations and the vision for new values that this research group aims to achieve. So my question is two. First, what are the intrinsic motivations behind pursuing contemporary Korean studies? Second, what new perspectives and values does contemporary Korean studies offer to the conventional Korean academic community and the global academic community? Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very difficult to answer, actually. Frankly say, first, I heard a lot of limitations and obstacles, and I heard about that. And at the same time, I really lasted more than 1 year, and I think experienced. I faced a lot of challenges and a lot of obstacles from the different perspective, particularly the existing Korean study scholars. I'd like to so there's a bunch of different obstacles and challenges. So are you going to stop here or how, considering, think over how to overcome, to find out the method to these tremendous challenges. That's so far I'm choosing second one. Can you join us? So I hope so, really. Yeah. And secondly, your question, what is genuine intrinsic nature of motivations? It is really difficult to say, to answer. Very similar thing is, what is Koreanness? We cannot define it because it is ongoing changes from the 10 years ago Koreanness and comparing other countries. It is very hard to understand. That's original, my own intrinsic motivations. Frankly say, maybe it is a kind of a rainbow. Finally, we will fail to find something genuine. Nevertheless, I cannot stop it. I studied so far the very different philosophical perspectives based on my own experience. There is no single answer. The main theme is very different perspective, diverging new horizons, our life is very plural and beautiful. That's beautiful. We cannot say anything, one single answer. So any perspective provide new answer, new perspective, that might be partial. Truth is always partial, as I believe, not a whole. So the we approach make us in the process of formation of the wholeness. There is no single answer, cannot make it. So that's why we gather together here. And next year, we can make more diverse perspective. I truly so far believe that's the only way we can reach the genuine something, I don't know, true, genuine, intrinsic native. That's my motivations, actually. That's my answer.
Although I'm not an official representative of Seoul National University, can I jump in a little bit if you don't mind? Yeah. Sure. I really think that even coming from this conference also, Korean society is experiencing a very serious identity crisis in many respects. And then limiting myself to social science field, then I have been thinking that the applications of the as a conceptual theoretical frameworks coming from outside have not been able to catch the uniquely Korean. And in other words, usually I'm telling to my students the following. That is even if you import foreign, international, whatever the conceptual frameworks, you can still apply to Korea, but only up to 80%. The remaining 20% you may not catch. So people usually remain satisfied with a level of 80%. Then my question is, have we been able to catch the remaining 20%? To me, that's why so many policy failures, institutional or otherwise. I've been advocating this way of thinking for many years. Even main reason why I left Seoul National University, which everybody thought was promising position to the United States, exactly that. I wanted to prove what I learned at Berkeley for my PhD may not be working in South Korea. So that's the main purpose of one of the main purposes reasons for me to decide to leave SNU. And so another point that I want to say is that as I said earlier, now South Korea has been gripped by this kind of a serious identity crisis in many areas. Then the one discipline may not be sufficient to approach this serious issue. That's why we need multidisciplinary approaches. And then I think we should be very honest to ourselves and open enough, and then not defensive about their fears or positions. So, as I said in my reading of pre-prepared statement, I really think that this initiative should be able to address the serious problems facing South Korean society. In fact, whenever I talking to average citizen on the streets or otherwise interview something, everybody is confused. One example, Nancy Evelman, the Korean anthropologist who passed away several years ago, in her work on Korean Ajumma, she had a book on Korean Ajumma, which actually won the award. The Park Ajumma from Apgujeongdong, one of the Ajumma was Park. Apgujeongdong is a very sort of a special, very rich area in Seoul, affluent area in Seoul, southern part of Gangnam. The Seoul city. She said the following: my husband actually is earning much salary, much money is fine. My children are actually getting good education, doing fine at school. The only thing concerned her was, what would be the right way to live? That's the question she was talking to Nancy Evelman. I really think that that's the fundamental question facing South Korean society. So how far have we gone in answering this question? And then I don't think any single field would answer to this question. Although the question is very simple, but answers are very complicated. I don't know whether I answered to your question, but.
For 5 minutes. So there's a.
Ask you. Yeah. No. Just one question. I'm very curious about actually what your idea, what I understand your explanation now. You are planning actually to build a huge research hub on contemporary Korea. So, but if you see the title of this conference and the network is the Contemporary Korean Studies. Korean Studies has a long tradition and a problematic tradition. So, but what you want is a built-up research hub on Korea. Do you have a special? Is there any special meaning that when you choose this title, Contemporary Korean Studies, not a research hub on contemporary Korea, research on contemporary Korea. That's different, no? Because there is no, in the area studies, there is no Japanese studies in Japan, but in abroad, Japanese studies. No? And there are a huge research network, research hub on contemporary Japan in Japan. So, but you have very special chance to build up this wonderful project, no? And to start with this problematic title, Korean Studies. No? That is my question. Actually, you have so great chance, no? And did you think about that? We have discussed in Europe about the meaning of Korean studies in Korea and in abroad. There is differences. No? So that is one point. And actually, why about your question? You have so when I joined to this project, I had my hope was that we would be able to develop sometimes like Aleida Yasman. Asman or Jan Asman, this from the Egyptian studies to memory, the term of memory studies, or like Norbert Bella, communitarianism. So that is my hope. When I have a very great hope for your project that you can in this collaborative network to develop new things. That is actually your question, I think. No, what is the intention of us? No, yeah.
Actually, I'm the director of this institute, so the Asian Center. So thank you for using my building. Okay. But also I'm also an anthropologist. So first, this is Asian Center studying Asia, but most of foreigners coming here, majority are, they say they want to study Korea. A lot of, so that's one thing. And second thing is, the Korean scholars here, most of them want to study Asia, outside Korea. So this is an issue which gives some implication to our discussions. So first, I think, when we talk about Korean studies, we usually mean the studies on Korea by foreigners, outsiders. And second thing is, when we talk about most of the Korean scholars study Korea, right? So Korean studies and study on Korea is a little bit different. That's the first point. And second point, Professor Ha really, answered to your question and let us think about who is outside, who is the insider in this one. So this is a kind of the question anthropologists always, the encounters. So this is, so as an anthropologist, I talk to people in this institute. We have, 130 people working here, and I told them, hey, as anthropologists study other countries to reflect, to think about differently, my own society. So it's a kind of more complicated then. So we can accommodate the Korean studies and the people who want to study Korea, from outside countries. So what I'm saying is, there is a really ambiguous distinction between Korean studies and studies on Koreans, and especially in this, globalized world, who is outsider, who is insider. So this is not the question we can answer, just, like this, So I just, however, I just wanna, I take part in this conference, and we gotta ask this question. Not just, why people are interested in Korean studies. All the people talk about that, as far as I heard, like K-pop, but actually what we have to deal with perhaps next conference is, what we mean by Korean studies, why we suddenly talk about modern, modern Korea, and then we feel we need to talk about modern Korea. But very simple answer is this, hey, when people come here want to know Korea, but we all talk about traditional cultures, but that's not the cultures actually the Koreans actually practice in this situation. So they feel, hey, we want to show more modern ones. That's a simple purpose maybe. But more than that, academically, we have to ask, what is the really, the Korean studies, modern Korean studies, and then what's the implication for comparative studies, right? So I'm studying Vietnam, so I don't feel any identity crisis as an anthropologist, but when I talk about Korea and Korean studies, I always, feel a lot of identity, the crisis. So I think we have to talk about it probably next year, and I'll also, clean this building and renovate this building more and accommodate you more comfortable. I want you feel more comfortable next year here. Thank you.
Right now, we passed the promised times. It's okay? So, okay. So maybe I think all of you have as many desire to talk more, but we can go to the party and then talk at the party place. Okay? Okay, let's go. 뭐를 쳐? 뭐를?
First question of this case then, 이게 문제라고 생각하는데 K-pop culture in this case then
그런 이야기를 다 하기 시작하면